Welcome everyone, and welcome to our Goleta City Council joint session with our Planning Commission. It's a workshop. It's not a workshop. What is it called? Study session with our planning commissioners. So welcome everyone, and the meeting is of July 20th, 2023. If you'll all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We can have a roll call of the City Council and the Planning Commissioners.
Yes, so I'll start with the City Council. Councilmember Kiriako?
Here.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Here.
Councilmember Kasdan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Richards?
Here.
And Mayor Perotti.
Present here.
And now for the Planning Commission, Commissioner Miller?
Here.
Commissioner Fullerton?
Here.
Commissioner Chapman?
Here.
Vice Chair Maynard?
Here.
And Chair Smith.
Here.
Okay, at this time, we'll have public forum on anything that's not on this agenda this evening. Do we have any speakers?
I do have one speaker for public comment, Richard Foster. And if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak on a non-agendized item, please use the raised hand function and I'll call on you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, I guess planning staff too. You know, I often hear talk from the council and stuff as how we need policies that grow business in Goleta. We are choking on businesses in Goleta. That's why people commute here. I'm tired of hearing whining companies that want to be located in Santa Barbara and Goleta, but choose not to pay enough for their employees to live here. Perhaps they should consider moving to where their business model would financially work. For those businesses who choose to stay, we need a business tax with a credit offset for the percentage of their employees that actually live in the local areas. This money could then be pooled together and used to build truly affordable housing that's not in the service of developers' profits. Not that developers don't deserve profits, but it cuts some of the expense out of it. Or we could pass a city income tax. That way the thousands of people who come here, congest our streets, work here and take a paycheck and leave, would be forced to leave something behind to help pay for the expenses of our community. Instead of following Ronald Reagan's advice to not look to government to solve one's problems, many businesses demand that the city do something about their failed economic model and provide them with housing. It's time for the businesses to take responsibility for part of the demand and problems they've created in our community. Meanwhile, it's us citizens in the community who are asked to subsidize these companies by tolerating needless congestion on our freeways and streets and bloated demands for housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more speaker slip for public comment from Frank Arredondo and no hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
City Council Commissioners, it's the first time I've ever actually been to a joint one, so I'm a little caught off guard. I haven't been here in a while and I have not written anything up, so I'm shooting from the hip. Some of you know me. My name is Frank Arredondo, Chumash, most likely descendant. Listed on the Heritage Commission's most likely descendant list. If human remains are found, I'm one of a handful of people that are called out to decide what happens to those remains. Because of that responsibility, I review development projects to make sure you're not digging up the ancestors. About a month or 2 months, maybe it's 3 or 4 months ago, Heritage Ridge came up. I spoke at that hearing, that last hearing, and I spoke about issues about CEQA, things that were not being done correctly. One of the things that I championed was that there was on the title deed an agreement made back in '98 with the Chumash then that there would be no excavation in the recorded site boundaries. The project was approved. My comments were not addressed. I was told by a bird in the wind that city can actually amend those conditions of approval and they don't have to enforce them. I heard through the grapevine that the attorney said, no, you need to enforce them. Well, I found the documents. I found the title deed. I found the section that says you shall not dig, no excavations. I have that material. Now, I have a choice. I could seek an attorney, I could do a, what do you call it, a FOIA and request that your proposal for a phase 3 that's been sent out, heard through the grapevine, it's been sent out, I could request that document and then ask you to cease and desist because you're in violation of the title deed. I don't want to do all that. I don't want to hire an attorney. What I want to do is provide you with these documents and say, here, this is what you missed. This is what I was talking about before. Will you abide by the title deed? The deed that was made, the deal that was made years ago that there would be no excavations. I would like to provide that to you and see if you can get the attorneys to just say, okay, yeah, we're in violation of a predetermined agreement from years ago. We're not going to do this. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You know that we can't address it because it's not on the agenda.
I know.
But thank you for your comments. Thank you.
I also have one more speaker slip that is labeled for public comment. Lou Fontana, were you speaking on a non-agendized item? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lou Fontana. I'm a new local business owner, Oat Bakery. We just opened in Old Town Goleta. James has been very helpful with our transition and supportive of us. We have a small issue. Well, we're from Santa Barbara originally. We have a pretty successful bakery downtown Santa Barbara. Me and my wife are younger and entrepreneurs. She's from Denmark, so an immigrant to America. And we started a Scandinavian bakery. We provide great, delicious, organic, healthy bread, and now food in Goleta, which we've expanded to. We have a small issue. Actually, it's a big issue to us. We took over the lease. It's been vacant on 231 Magnolia for years now. Pre-pandemic, had a few leases take over, but there's a pizza oven there that has been there for about 10 to 12 years. And the week we moved in, it got tagged as a non-permitted structure. I've been to this location many times in the past and enjoyed pizza there. It's a item for the community that brings Goleta together. It's had no issues in the past. It's been, to me and other Galetians, kind of an icon of Old Town Goleta, just with the pizza oven standing there and being a place to come and enjoy pizza and community. And we've been hit with a series of fines. With help of James and other members of the city, we've been able to push those fines, and I've been working diligently to resolve these issues. But we're getting more and more fines since our deadline has come up. I can't afford to get it removed. It's a very large project. It's 10,000 pounds. I just took over the lease 7 months ago, and I've been working on it every week. We've been losing sleep on this issue. We're creating tension between our landlord, who lives right behind us. She has a family lawyer who's threatening to sue us, and I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. And we want to keep it. We intended on using it when we first came into the building. It's been part of our business and our vision. But now we're being threatened with fines and taking it out, which is going to cost over $5,000, which we can't afford. We're a new business. We've invested a lot of our own personal money. We're not a big corporation. So it's just really, it's a lot for us. So we're just asking for help.
Thank you for coming in person. Thank you.
And I have no more public speakers at this time.
Okay, then, let's see. If you could open the item.
Believe we have amendments or adjustments.
Oh, excuse me. I'm ready to jump right in, aren't I? Amendments or adjustments?
There are no
Not sure who to ask.
adjustments to the agenda. Okay, item A1, Housing Element 2023 to 2031 Sites Inventory Rezoning Study Session.
Thank you. Okay. So I think I'm supposed to make this announcement unless Megan Garibaldi is on, our attorney, city attorney. Megan? Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Do you want me to make the announcement due to potential conflicts? Or
Sure.
is
Why
that-
don't you go and read it, and then I can hop in and explain a little more.
Okay, well, I have, it says, due to potential conflicts of interest, staff presentation will be segmented into multiple parts. This first part of the presentation will not include any site-specific information other than to merely identify the candidate and alternative sites for the inventory list. Do you have anything else to add to that, Ms. Garibaldi?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would just add, this is a little different than how we normally proceed on an agenda item. The housing element has inventory sites, which is the focus of tonight's agenda item. And the inventory sites are scattered throughout the city and at times may be near in close proximity to an official's personal residence, or there may be various reasons for conflict. And so in order to allow this item to proceed with as much participation as possible, we are operating under something called segmentation, which is a rule under the Political Reform Act that's implemented through the Fair Political Practice Commission's regulations. And so how we'll proceed is staff's going to give a general background staff report, and then we'll take council questions, comments. We'll take public comment on the general background. Anything that's not related to one of the identified specific sites that'll be up on the screen, if people have comment on those, that would be the time to provide that comment. And then after that's concluded, staff's going to go item by item through each inventory site, giving the opportunity for recusal if there's a conflict. And so if there's public comment on a specific site that's identified, that'll be up on the screen so everybody can see it. We'll take public comment on those specific sites during that time.
Great, thank you. Also, we do have Spanish interpretation. Is that correct, Ms. Wells?
That's correct, and Mr. Santos is here in the room and can come up to the podium and explain
Yes, please.
the process.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Regina Santos Moreno, and I am here with my colleague, Hugo Santos. We will be providing simultaneous interpretation between Spanish and English. Before I do so, I do have a brief bilingual message to share with you all. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Regina Santos Moreno, estoy aquí con mi colega Hugo Santos y estaremos proporcionando interpretación simultánea entre el inglés y el español para la junta de hoy. Tengo unas breves guías o pautas para trabajar con intérpretes antes de que siga la junta. Les pedimos que quien quiera escuchar la presentación de hoy en español, tenemos unos dispositivos aquí disponibles para que puedan escuchar. Si en cualquier momento tienen preguntas o problemas con esos audífonos, por favor déjenos saber. Para nuestros oradores, les pedimos que por favor hablen uno a la vez. Recuerden de usar su micrófono, hablar en voz alta y clara para que podamos entender y seguir con más precisión. Y sumamente importante, hablar a un paso moderado para que nosotros no perdamos ningún detalle en la interpretación. So as I've just said in Spanish, we have some listening devices available in case anybody would like to follow along in today's presentation in Spanish. If at any point you do decide to use these devices and have any problems or questions, please be sure to let us know. Come up to us. We are more than happy to help. For all of our speakers, anyone who has anything to share or questions to ask today, we do ask that you speak in a loud and clear voice. Remember to use your microphone so that we can best hear and understand you. Also, remember to speak one at a time, given that we can only interpret one message at a time. Also, most importantly, remember to speak at a moderate pace so that we can best follow along with the most precision in everything that's being said today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Also, a note to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Feel free to wave, excuse me, whatever you need to do to get my attention, because we don't have lights or buttons up here, so you need to make sure I'll do a really good job of checking to see if you want to speak. So thank you for that. And then also on the speaker slips, if you know the address, it would be really helpful to write the address on the speaker slip that you want to talk about, so we know what particular site you're talking about. So I think we're ready to go. Ms. Wells?
All right. Welcome, commissioners and council and members of the public here and online. We appreciate your participation, and we know this is a lot to cover tonight, especially organized the way it is with the decision making or the feedback that we'll be getting from you and the public, and I'll help you with that so that it's clear when we take the public comment and then council feedback. So just to start, I'm Advanced Planning Manager Ann Wells, and I'm accompanied by the Planning and Environmental Review Director, Peter Imhoff, and Andy Newkirk, supervising senior planner in advanced planning. And then also we have a new consultant because John Douglas retired, though I will report that he's watching.
Oh, I bet he is.
And our new consultant is Veronica Tam, and she will be presenting a lot of the slides tonight. And she's done a lot of housing elements in the state. And if you have questions about that or want to get a little bit more information about Veronica Tam, you're welcome to ask her questions when we get to the next stopping point for Q&A. So with that, just a little bit of a background. The last time that we met was earlier this year, and that was when we adopted the housing element. So we went to the Planning Commission in December, and then we went to the City Council in January for adoption. And we took that action, and then we transmitted that adopted housing element to the state, shortly thereafter for their review, which is a requirement. And they gave us their letter back at the end of March of this year, and then we have in turn been working on revisions to respond to their comments because they did not certify our housing element, which is not uncommon for multiple rounds of revisions with the state. And all of the transmittals to the state, staff reports going back to 2020 when the SBCAG adopted, or it was 2021 when SBCAG adopted our regional housing need allocation. All those files are online at the project website, and that's under the planning link. So you can find it all there. The link is also in the staff report. And this study session, though, is a follow-up to our last conversation when we were considering and then adopting our sites inventory using the existing build-out that's allowed in our general plan, our current general plan. And that was the problem with the state. They had a lot of questions and comments. They didn't have questions. They had comments and the equivalent of concerns that they expressed in their letter. So we'll get to more detail on kind of the background and what we did as a result of their letter that is getting us to this study session today in the presentation. But I just wanted to highlight it. That's why we're here. The state gave us a letter, and we need to respond. And there's kind of a timeline on the response as well, and we'll talk about that. So that's the reasons that you'll hear more about in detail tonight. And I wanted to flag that we've received a number of public comments. At 2 o'clock, there was like 40 comments, and I know there's been a bunch more that have come in. A lot of them were in support of rezoning. A lot of them were opposed to rezoning. Some sites, all sites, and a site that's not on our list. And then there are also some questions and comments in some of the letters, and we're going to try to address as many of those in our presentation as we can, at least for the ones that we were able to read in more detail. So if we can go to the next slide, which is the agenda. There we go. All right, so if the mayor agrees, then we recommend the format that was kind of discussed earlier tonight, but you can see it in a little bit more detail. Under the staff presentation, we'll just run you through the background, and then we'll just highlight the candidate and alternative rezoning sites without going into any site-specific detail because of the potential conflicts that we have. And then we'll talk about next steps. And we'll stop there, and for anything non-site specific, that's when you would ask your questions and make your comments. And then the same for the public, non-site specific, and that would probably be the time for a site that's not in the inventory for those public comments to come through. And we'll help everybody, and the city clerk will help everybody with getting people to the right stopping point for the comments. So it might be a little tricky, but we'll get it, no problem, I think. And then after we go through the general part of the presentation, Then we'll go into the individual site discussions. And if you have the PowerPoint if you saw it online or you have a printout of it, there's just one slide per site. And Andy will explain the site, and then I'll kind of help you out with the same structure, but it will go the council commission questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go back to council commission feedback on the site. And there'll be some recusals, and the city attorney's office will help us if we don't already get to it. But when we'll give a little break so that whoever has the conflict has a chance to leave the room, and then we'll get them and bring them back when that item and decision is made. So that's it for the agenda, and we'll just go right into the background. So most of this should look familiar to you, or you'll, I've already kind of said it, but we adopted the housing element in January. We sent it up to the state. We also gave the state some revisions based on some feedback that they gave us on March 16th. That's posted online as well. And then we got their letter on March 20th. And highlighting that, the comments resulted in a shortfall of sites. And so the staff report kind of simplified, and as opposed to going over the details, like remember that table of how we did our site inventory where we talked about accessory dwelling unit capacity and all that stuff. We didn't do that in the staff report because we really just want to focus you on the shortfall and then how we can make up the shortfall so that we can then prepare revisions to the housing element, because we need your feedback in order to prepare the revisions, and then we'll go through all of the revisions in great detail so you can see how things changed in underlined strike through. So that's, I think the important thing here is that 637 unit lower income, it kind of changes a little bit. It won't always be static because it's like based on math and different tables. So we have to work on that number, but for now it's approximately 637 units. And I'm going to say this now, and we're probably going to repeat ourselves on this. The unit count for the Regional Housing Need Allocation, or RHNA, is for the state. It's not what the developer is going to produce. It is not what we think they're going to produce. It is the math that is allowed by the state for us to present to match up our inventory with the Regional Housing Need Allocation. And Veronica Tam will explain that a little bit more, but it's so tricky. So just try to remember that it's not their application or what we think will be in the application. So then two critical things happened. So we get the state letter. We also had a letter from the Goleta Water District staff. And that letter and conversations with them, they indicated that they would be reconsidering the SAFE ordinance, or the equivalent of the moratorium on new water allocations later this year. And that is super important. We haven't had that information from the water district in many years. And so we now have property owner interest in rezoning or higher density residential, something we did not have for you to consider in previous years. So a lot happened in 2023. And I think I'll stop here on the background, and we'll go right into the 6th cycle regional housing need allocation, and Veronica will walk you through that.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the RHNA. As Ann mentioned, this is something that we must meet. Meeting the regional housing needs allocation for all income categories is the most critical component of the state's review. There's virtually no jurisdiction that can get a certified housing element without meeting this particular requirement. So when the staff started to address HCD's comments on the previous sites inventory, it resulted in a shortfall of sites for a couple of main reasons. Your original site strategy was to meet it with vacant residential land, and also primarily with underutilized mixed-use land with capacity under your general plan to meet your lower income RHNA. But there's been a change in the strategy to address HCDs, primarily to move the underutilized sites from mixed use to moderate and above moderate income RENA. And I'll explain that a little bit more further when we go into the next slide. But we also removed some of the slides that were flagged by the state that it would be because of the site features, because of the status of the site, it would be very challenging to convince the state those sites would be available for the next 8 years. So all of this kind of changes resulted in a lower income shortfall. And the whole strategy that we're going to discuss tonight about potential rezoning is to make up for the shortfall. So why would we have a shortfall? Why would we have such a difficulty going through the state? There are some key changes in state law that really looks at how the site inventory has to be presented to the state. Particularly, there is a much stricter, higher standard of review. If more than half of your lower income RENA is to be accommodated on non-vacant, underutilized sites. And so going back to what we just said about your original strategy was to meet the majority of your lower income RENA with underutilized sites in your mixed use areas. And Anne also mentioned that you haven't had a lot of development because of water issues. So we weren't able to demonstrate that there was a trend of that kind of recycling. The housing element must then, when you rely on non-vacant sites, underutilized sites for your low-income RENA, the housing element must present substantial evidence, and this is like codified in state law, substantial evidence that existing uses will discontinue within the next 8 years. And the substantial evidence needs to be based on trends and based on objective criteria. We didn't have a lot of trend in Goleta to demonstrate that, but it's also a very high standard to meet to say that all those existing uses will discontinue over the next 8 years. So because of that, we're shifting the strategy to rely more on vacant land, rezoning of vacant land to meet the lower income RENA. Now, rezoning land to meet the lower income RENA past the statutory deadline of February 15, 2023, that's when your housing element was due. If you're rezoning any land to meet your low income RENA shortfall, there are additional requirements. The zone that you can use to facilitate lower income housing must have a minimum density of 20 units to the acre of that zone. But the zone must also have a maximum density that is at least 20 units to the acre. So that's the reason why later on you'll see a lot of the candidate sites for rezoning are proposed for rezoning to RH residential high density at 20 to 30 units to the acre, because you have to have that bottom of 20 units to the acre. And that's something that is also relatively new in terms of the housing element requirement. With that, and how did staff select sites for rezoning? We basically focus on sites that have property owner interests. Remember the criteria that if you're relying on non-vacant sites for low income, you do need to provide substantial evidence. But even if you're relying on vacant sites, you do have to show evidence that the site can be developed over the next 8 years, that there's that feasibility. So that's the reason why the candidate sites are primarily focused on vacant sites, but with property owner interest. There are some non-vacant underutilized sites as well, but most of those also have property owner interest in redevelopment. Especially for the underutilized sites, property owner interest is very important because that's substantial evidence that we can present to the state. And what the sites have been chosen also like the infill of vacant sites and they're close to major roads. That's why it's important that has the ability to provide like transit-oriented type of development, redevelopment potential is there based on property owner or developer interest. One thing we do want to emphasize that among the candidate sites, there are no Measure G sites. So here is a map that shows the orange color sites are the what we call existing inventory that's remaining. We mentioned before that we have to remove some sites that were flagged by the state based on the shape of the lots, based on some current status of the lot that the state was not willing to accept some of the sites. So we removed those sites, and the orange ones are the balance that we are able to keep in the sites inventory, but they're being shifted to a primarily moderate and above moderate income RENA. Then we have identified candidate sites for rezoning, and they're either currently vacant or they're currently underutilized. There are two categories of that. And on top of that, we have also, staff has also identified some alternate candidate sites, which each one would be presented by staff later on. So among the candidate sites, we can expect to have about 998 units from the sites. And also mentioned something that like how we look at the sites from the perspective of RENA is not the same as how the sites have to be developed in the future. What state law requires us to do is to identify sites that's appropriately zoned that can be facilitate lower income housing. It doesn't mean that you actually have to build all those units. What state law, the RENA requirement is a planning goal. It's not a production obligation. So among the sites, the candidate sites, if they are rezoned to the point where we are proposing right now, we can expect about 998 units total, with about 612 units from the vacant sites. 386 units are from the underutilized sites. And given this type of distribution, because if we will rely on less than 50% of your lower income RENA on non-vacant underutilized sites, then we're not subject to the higher standard of review by the state. And this is just a summary of the candidate sites. And then on top of that, staff has also identified some alternative sites for your consideration. Again, combined, we may be able to expect about 669 units from it. These are all just estimate. The numbers can be reworked a little. Vacant sites, 412, underutilized 257. Again, most likely we'll be able to meet more than half of the lower income in overall with vacant sites, and therefore not subject to the highest standard of evidence. So with that, I think the important to mention to everybody is that we will be submitting the revised housing element to the state for review in early fall, maybe in August if possible. But public review of the entire document is continuous. You can continue to provide public comments to the city staff regardless, and as long as the housing element is still in review in draft format, the staff will continue to accept public comments, and we also have continued opportunity to make revisions. When we resubmit the housing element to the state, we have to, every time when we resubmit the revised draft to the state, they have 60 days to look at it. So when we submit the draft to the state, they will take 60 days. And our goal is to do a readoption of the housing element by the end of the year. The reason why we have to do a readoption is because of a significant change in the strategy for meeting the RENA. After the adopted housing element, after the adoption, we have to submit the adopted housing element to the state again for their review. And that review of the adopted housing element is also 60 days. And during that time, I think the staff will be working on completing the rezoning. And it's very critical that we complete the rezoning by February 15, 2024. A new state law was passed in September 2021 that really gives jurisdiction in your situation 1 year past the statutory deadline of the housing element to rezone for your housing element. If you're unable to complete the rezoning by February 15, 2024, your housing element will be out of compliance, even though you have made a lot of efforts in making revisions to it and maybe even to secure certification with the adopted housing element. But if you're unable to complete the rezoning by February 15, 2024, your housing element will be out of compliance. And there are certainly consequences for not having a housing element that complies with state law. With that, I'm going to turn it to staff. They're going to go over the candidate sites.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are going to talk.
I have a question. Councilmember
Thank you, Mayor.
Reyes-Martin.
Are we going to take questions that are general? Okay,
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah, so before we go side by side, so we don't need any recusals right now.
Right.
Because we're going to stay general. So we'll take council and commission comments, and then we'll do public comments.
Okay.
I'll start.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Reyes-Martin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff.
Okay.
A bit of a two-part question to start. So when we're considering the rezoning of sites, can you talk about, and you may be planning to do this for the individual sites, but generally, what environmental review is required? And because we're talking about multiple sites, is that environmental review happen for each individual parcel, or do you look at cumulative effects of all of them?
Great question, and you're spot on, and that we have to do environmental review for rezones, similar to when we adopted our general plan, we had to do environmental review, and we did that at a programmatic level, looking at full build-out potential. So we'll do the same for the combined package of rezones, looking at a programmatic level of changing from one land use type with build-out potential, right? Because if it's commercial, they could have potentially 3-story commercial uses there, and that would change to what a residential, say. So we'll look at that net difference and move forward with a CEQA document, with an environmental review document, simultaneous with taking a draft and submitting it to the state for 60-day review, bringing it back to you guys, and then submitting another adopted element to the state for 60 days. So it all happening together. And you asked another question about.
Will things like, I guess what I'm getting at is there's a lot of parcels that are near one another. So issues like circulation, are those looked at the impacts of all three, or one by one?
We'll look at the
For example.
way that the impacts were evaluated in the general plan EIR.
Okay.
So we'll have to remake those findings. We'll have to go through each one and make sure that those findings. So we'll look at the way, so like where the build out is. You have to remember, we looked at full build out in the general plan EIR. So there's a lot of trip generation on a parcel based on whatever that zoning is, or the land use designation is. And so we'll have to compare that to whatever the zone change is here. And in some cases, it'll probably be in the ballpark is what we've been looking at so far. So we haven't yet produced that document. We don't know exactly what that document will look like. We're waiting to hear back from you all tonight before we move forward with that. The Veronica Tam team also includes a CEQA specialist for housing elements, and that's with Rincon. So they'll be helping us, and we have a new senior planner in advanced planning, Stephanie Edmondson, and she does a lot of CEQA documents, so she'll be leading that effort. So
Thank you.
that
And I
answers
have
your
one
question.
last question that's general about the ordinance that's currently in place with the Goleta Water District. So you mentioned they will be considering lifting that ordinance later this year. Have they indicated that that's certain to happen, or are there still conditions that need to be met? And you may not know, but.
I don't know all the details, but I do know they have to make certain findings. And we talk to the staff, not to the decision makers, so they'll have to take this before their board, and whatever findings that they have to make. Peter or Andy might have something to add here, because I know they also talk to the water district.
Thank you.
James is next. That's it. Okay. Councilmember Carriaco, and then Councilmember Kasdan, and then.
Thank you, Madam
Representative.
Mayor. Just a couple of questions for me, too. And I want to begin by thanking staff and also thanking Veronica here. So just a couple of questions. So I understand from the presentation that what we're asked to do is to produce sites with unit counts that follow a process to satisfy the state for the 6th RENA cycle. And so in keeping with that, what did we tell the state we would accomplish for total units during the 5th cycle of RENA?
Well, in our general plan annual report that we did for 2022, it's posted online. There is a table that lists out our RENA and then the unit production by year and income type. And the state requires that we maintain this every year. I probably oversimplified it. It's a little bit more detailed that they expect us and to maintain than simply that. But the RENA for this last housing element cycle, the 5th cycle, was a total of 979 units. And if I did my math right, it's for combined lower income, the requirement was 392 units. And then if you look at what we produced, and we exceeded 979, where we produced 1,412. So that's pretty good and notable and noted by HCD staff. And the lower income also is notable. We didn't hit the 392 unit RENA, but we produced 199 units, if my math is right, for that planning cycle.
Okay. Thank you. And so then, since this is really ultimately both a planning exercise, but also to a certain extent a development exercise, what percentage of the total unit count did we actually hit? If you just look at the 980, whatever the number was, what was the total units produced? Was it over 100%? Was it under 100%?
It's over 100%.
Okay, terrific. And then, let me see here. I'm just wondering, given that we did have a little bit of a challenge in the last cycle for the lower income, I'm just wondering if we gave some thought to perhaps maybe slightly increasing the buffer from like 15% to closer to like 18 or 20%, just to maybe give us a little bit more leeway, because we recognize that that is such a challenging number to hit, even though we know we have Heritage Ridge coming online, even though we know we have Buena Tierra coming online, just to give us that little extra space. Did staff consider trying to maybe align the buffer a little bit more with how we did on lower?
Councilmember Carriaco, you have some deep insights into the way HCD is looking at our RENA and how we treat it. For our housing element, we do the math the way that Veronica explained, but now, as opposed to the 5th cycle, each year we're going to have to, and actually on each decision for a site, let's say we rezone a site or any site that's in the housing element, we'll have to do some accounting as far as what was built at what income level versus what we said would be in our housing element. And so if you have, excess in each group, then you can just kind of shift it over there. So you're, doing your math along the way over your 8-year planning cycle. That's the benefit of having a surplus, is you're never put in a situation where you have to suddenly rezone. And that's a pretty severe consequence. And so the 15% that we added to that shortfall in the staff report, that was partially to cover that, but we also see it from your perspective that we want to, protect the city's land uses, even though it might not feel like it so much tonight. So in the staff report, you'll read like there's alternatives and there's something to consider there from the perspective of all the alternatives that gives us a little bit of extra cushion. And because we did, when you look at the tables, you'll see a lot of the counts are in the lower income. We're not going to get 100%. That said, in a lot of the underutilized sites that aren't just on this rezone list, but that are also in our capacity from the map, that orange color are counted in the moderate and above moderate, and we'll get affordable units there if we get a development on those sites. Because of inclusionary, because the developer might be teaming up with a nonprofit. We've seen that where we get a lot more affordables than our inclusionary requirement is because of the nonprofits in town. So, we think with a good cushion, plus getting the affordable units in the lower income level on the underutilized, that we'll have enough to cover.
Thank you. One last question, because not all units in the cushion are created equal. So within the cushion, how much credence should we be giving to vacant sites versus non-vacant sites in terms of what is represented in that buffer? Because we know that construction costs go up when it's a non-vacant site, and you have to really have that, kind of commitment that they're in it and they're going to provide the affordability. Because if they're just going to go by inclusionary, I could see those projects being a lot more likely to kind of fall out or get delayed because they're trying to squeeze every dollar out of the project and make their money back and then some.
I think Veronica Tam might be best to answer that question.
I'm sorry, if you can repeat the question, I think I'm a little lost on that particularly, starting with the affordable projects. I do understand the buffer, and I certainly welcome any increase in buffering that would allow you to not have to deal with rezoning on a case-by-case basis. But I did miss the specific question, sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to say, and perhaps not elegantly enough, is there an advantage to making sure not only do we have a larger buffer, but having more of the buffer be represented in terms of units provided by vacant sites rather than non-vacant sites?
That's certainly the idea here. And as I mentioned before, if you rely more on non-vacant sites, the standards of review is much higher because you have to provide that substantial evidence that existing uses are not going to impede redevelopment. And that is exactly the difficulty that a lot of jurisdictions in Southern California and the Bay Area are still struggling. If you kind of even Google, you can tell that there are probably still about 40% of the SCAG region jurisdictions that are struggling with the arena because of the reliance on underutilized sites. And even for the Bay Area, I think there are still about at least 50% of the jurisdictions that are struggling with the arena because of that. There is also another advantage regarding vacant versus non-vacant sites. And this is going to be a little bit of a nerdy explanation. Hopefully that's not going to confuse everybody. But the state says that if you identify this site as a potential site in your housing element for your RHNA, for lower income RHNA, if it doesn't get developed this cycle and you want to reuse it in the next cycle, then the sites would be subject to by right without discretionary review and all of that. But that would only, that by right would apply to sites that are underutilized just for one cycle. If you're reusing it for one cycle, you'll subject that to discretionary review, actually non-discretionary review. But if it's vacant sites, then the standard is lower, so you don't have to subject that to it unless you reuse it consecutively for 2 cycles. So that's another advantage.
Veronica, that was terrific. You hit every point I wanted you to hit. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Thank you. Just a few questions. One, so when we do a this is sort of reflective of Council Member Reyes Martin's. So when we're thinking about some of those amenities, some of the characteristics of the land, and CEQA will cover the impacts in some ways, but more on the in terms of conditioning or adjusting it. And I guess I was wondering, let's say if we were doing for these in another context, they'd have to go through a general plan amendment. And in that context, we would have to explain or justify why it's enhancing the city's public benefits and so forth. There would be a set of criteria that each of these would have to go through to explain it. And I was wondering if you guys thought about or were able to use, aside from is the land vacant and is there owner interest, some sort of ranking to say, okay, these particular sites have more of a traffic impact. This site has a lot of ESHA and sensitive habitat for environmental. These sites have a lot of traffic. Did I already say traffic? View shed. This one eliminates a view shed corridor. But some way it does when we get to the list of candidate and alternate sites. Was there some effort to sort of separate them on that basis? Which ones are really going to be the most impactful, or something along those lines?
Councilmember Kasdan, we did not rank the sites based on those kinds of individual unique constraints. That would be done at the time a development came in when they did their site-specific environmental document. And then they would have the specific information for that site, like where they're going to have ingress and egress to the site exactly, and how the site features are, and they'll put up story poles and all that stuff and get public input. I'm looking to my colleagues here to help me out here if they have any additional information.
Another way to look at it, to say this one is better in terms of its impacts than this other one, but if you didn't do it, you didn't do it. I had a question also for anyone. To clarify, so in this process right here, when we talk about affordable, it is based on density and whether the site hits a certain density threshold. And so one thing I wasn't clear on is how to distinguish between the very low versus moderate. Are some of them 20 units an acre and some of them have a different density threshold, or how is that defined in the case of this process?
Councilmember Kasdan, the big threshold test is 20 units per acre. That's kind of what we call in a suburban jurisdiction the threshold to count for lower income. And so you'll often see in the data that we'll present, lower income is the category. That's a combination of low and very low. The rules are the same for both of those subcategories. So to try to prevent another column of numbers and all these instances, we've lumped those together. But it's 20 units per acre, then you can count towards that lower income.
So then how do you distinguish in the case of for HCD between the very low versus the low? And each is a separate target for you if they're both reflective of 20 units an acre. What distinguishes them for HED?
So for the RENA accounting, they're not distinguished. Anything at lower income qualifies towards the sum of the very low and the low requirement. We will report in our annual reports, we'll break it down and we'll track it. Our inclusionary policy is split up into those subcategories, and we will track it as we go, the real income categories that we're getting.
Okay, so for the purposes of this report right now, we have essentially, those other things are really not essentially relevant at this stage. At this stage, is the land zoned for 20 units an acre or greater or not. And that's determining whether or not it's going to be achieving affordability standards. Then later, when we're trying to show our progress for HCD and implementing the approved plan, that's when we're going to have to justify in terms of very low, low, et cetera. And that's when we'll bring in our inclusionary housing and all the other tools that hopefully we have in our toolbox.
That's correct.
Okay. So,
Councilmember Kasdan, I'm going to add to that we had to do additional justification for our inclusionary requirements to HCD in this round of revisions. We've had to do it each time that they've given us a comment letter. We think we have it this time. But I'm flagging that because they look at our inclusionary requirement as a constraint. Because it costs the applicant money. It may make them not want to build if you have too high of an inclusionary number. So I think we got it, the justification that they need. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew that it's hard on both fronts to have the sites, and then the thing that gets you the units is a constraint, and that's what we're having to deal with.
I just have to say that nugget is extraordinary, that the first part of their process is antithetical in a sense to the second part of it, where it's one last thing, just for my own whimsical curiosity. I didn't see in this presentation the workforce housing that we talked about on Tuesday. This one did not include that, so I thought, where was that little devil?
Councilmember Kasdan, this is another difference between what we need to show for the RHNA at the beginning of the housing cycle and what we would look for in our inclusionary policy. That our kind of workforce category in our inclusionary 120 to 200% AMI, that's not actually a category for state consideration of RHNA. That just falls into the market rate category.
Okay, so then it really shouldn't be a part of our inclusionary housing if it doesn't count towards any of it's essentially just market rate housing.
Councilmember Kevin, I'll defer on the inclusionary categories as a policy decision. It just doesn't count as kind of towards our lower and moderate income categories. It would all fall under above moderate with the market rate units.
All right, I'll let that go for now, but I just don't understand why we are putting in a category and tracking people who make $200,000 a year. But we can keep it to this topic today. That was just anyway, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Actually, my questions have been answered, so let's move on.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Smith?
I have two questions. In terms of the property owner interest that HCD is reviewing in this process, because our particular shortfall is in the zoning for low or very low, does that interest need to be in producing low or very low income housing? Is the state looking for that level of detail?
The state is looking for interest in developing the property owner interest and developing that site at high-density residential, for example. They would be interested in medium density too. We just wouldn't necessarily be able to count it towards the lower income category. So they like to see property owner interest. That helps us with the justification that Veronica Tam explained. But it does need to be in that high-density residential rezone category for them to count it, let us count it towards lower.
Got it. Okay. And then on that same note, my understanding with some of the changes in state law over the last few years is that over time, like if we reach our next planning cycle, my understanding is that if we haven't produced enough low-income housing over the 8-year cycle period, that triggers certain additional rights for developers. Is that correct?
Commissioner Smith, that would fall under SB 35. So there's really kind of two parts to our RHNA. It's showing that capacity up front to get certification and then tracking during the housing period. And so that law's been in effect for a few years. And depending on how you're doing meeting your RHNA, certain types of projects can get streamlined review. since we've done a good job overall meeting our RENA, we're kind of in this middle category where you have to produce a really high percentage of affordable housing to qualify for that streamlined review. If you're failing to meet your overall RENA, if you're not on track for the overall RENA, the threshold drops. And so I think it's a project providing 10% lower income then gets that streamlined review. So that's part of our annual reporting. The state will look at that and say, okay, this is the category you fall under SB 35.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Commissioner Maynard.
Sure.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question just to simplify for tonight and to tag on to what Councilmember Reyes Martin asked at the beginning, which was about, if we decide this evening to add a parcel to the rezone, just because we may agree on that or, vote that in or whatever, that doesn't mean that by February 15th of 2023, it's going to actually make it as a rezoned piece if it doesn't meet the environmental criteria. It may be disqualified. Is that correct? So whatever we choose tonight may not actually end up being the end result of the rezone. Is that correct?
Commissioner Miller, and sort of a yes and no answer will be what direction we get tonight. So we'll get your feedback. I think you're going to probably be doing straw votes site by site. And then we will make those adjustments in our revised housing element and send it to the state for their review while we're doing the environmental review, which is done at a programmatic level. It's unlikely that a site would fall out of that programmatic level because, again, we're comparing that build-out capacity in the environmental document from whatever it's zoned at now to whatever it would be rezoned to. So it's not like we're rezoning open space like Elwood Mesa. That is a whole different ballgame. Open space, Elwood Mesa to high-density residential, different conversation. We're not doing that. So it's unlikely that we would be pulling a site out because of environmental review. But we could pull a site out because we get feedback during the review of the draft and direction at the next Planning Commission meeting to pull a site out. That might be direction that's received.
Mayor and Commissioner Miller, I'm going to just jump in on this one. So the intent is certainly to complete the rezones. The intent would be to follow the Council and Planning Commission direction to bring you back rezones. Those would be incorporated into the housing element that you would recommend for adoption onto the Council and the Council would adopt, and that we would submit to the state. And then in the rezone process, we would comply with CEQA as Ms. Wells has outlined. So unless something extraordinary happened, we would then complete the rezones per your direction.
Commissioner Maynard, and then Commissioner Fullerton.
Great. So we applied for our housing element and we're on time, but it didn't get certified. So we now have an uncertified housing element. So my first question is, what are the penalties for us currently not having a certified housing element between now and February 2024? And then my follow-up question is, what are the penalties if we don't meet the February 2024 deadline? So what are our current penalties that we're experiencing? And then what might be the penalties after February 2024?
Now we're talking the legal realm. And so I'm going to need the city attorney's assistance in responding to your question for the current situation between now and February 15th, 2024. The fact that we adopted our housing element before the deadline in February 15th, 2023 gives us a lot of protection. Okay. So that was a good thing. But as far as between now and the next February, I'll let Megan answer.
Okay. Ms. Garibaldi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ann. So as Ann mentioned, we have adopted our housing element. And so There is, for purposes of proceeding, we are working with HCD towards certification, but we believe that we have adopted a housing element that meets the requirements of the housing element law. And HCD obviously has opinions on how they'd like to see things differently. So right now, I think, we, as we proceed towards February 15th, I think as long as we continue to work with HCD, we're in a good, we're in a defensible position. That deadline after February 15th, that makes it trickier. As Ms. Tam referenced, there was a law that was passed a couple of years ago that requires the rezones to be done within a year of our adoption deadline. Mm-hmm. And so that changes the dynamics a bit. But from right now, I think from a risk assessment, we're in a good spot moving forward.
And so just as a quick follow-up on that, so if the so-called builder's remedy that a builder could propose a project by right, that's not enabled right now because we have an adopted housing element, is that correct?
That's our position.
Okay.
The city. The builder's remedy is a statute that's been around for some time, and until this housing element hadn't ever really been talked about, so there's not a lot of case law on it. And so there is differing views on how it has been implemented, but the city's position is that adoption puts us into compliance with the housing element law because we've adopted to what we believe is a compliance housing element.
So thank you so much. So then my next question, so let's say we have example site A that we believe we're going to have 100 low-income units on. And then we put that in the RENA. That project actually gets built, but the builder sticks with our inclusionary housing, comes in at 20 to 25% affordable housing. So let's say 25% affordable housing. And so 75 are not low income. Does that mean we now need to either pull 75 units out of the buffer or rezone 75 additional units?
We would not need to rezone additional units because we have excess capacity. So we would move whatever unit count shortfall there was to another site, take it out of that surplus, and now it would be covering the shortfall.
But the capacity would just be in the 15% buffer, or would there be other capacity that I'm not thinking of there?
We would just have to show that the total unit count covers what should have been covered on that site. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, so with that surplus, let's say you use round numbers again. The RENA is 1,000, or the lower income is 200. Mm-hmm. And this project count, we assumed 100, and we have 200 other lower income units. Mm-hmm. That project now, we're short 75 there, but we had 100 extra units mm-hmm. from one of our other sites. So we still have enough left over to still meet the overall in that income category. And if I'm guessing the follow-up question, if we don't have enough then, and we actually put in our zoning code a finding for every site on our inventory, we have to make a mm-hmm. mathematical finding whether there's adequate remaining capacity. And if not, then we have to rezone within 6 months to recapture that full amount.
So this may be more comment than question, but it seems like we're about 75% over budgeted on low income for the additional sites, because I'm guessing most of these sites are going to come in at 25% low income, but we only have a 15% buffer. So it feels like we're going to eat through that buffer quickly if we're assuming 100% when we're most likely get 25%. So I think that's just my math on this one that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, so for the next 8 years, we just, for whatever development that we're going to get, and when we log it in to HCD, it's, at occupancy, mm-hmm. then we need to, at that time, be able to make sure that we have enough sites. So whatever happens in the next 8 years, which, unlikely it would be everything that's in our mm-hmm. housing element in our sites inventory, I don't think there's enough water, because the water district doesn't just release, any water any time somebody applies for it. They have criteria that they have to follow too. So that's going to also pace the growth accordingly. But yeah, we think that's why you have the list with the candidates and the alternatives, so that you have enough to look at and give us feedback on, to cover, give us a little extra capacity there.
Thank you very much. I know these are really tough topics. I know we're focusing mostly on sites tonight, and I'm fine if you say that we should talk about this at another time, but one of the other things that came back in the HCD letter was a note about our fair housing, and in particular that they wanted to see more detail in our fair housing commitments. Is that something we'll discuss tonight, or will that be a future meeting?
We won't be discussing that tonight, because I think we have our hands full with the direction, and
Okay.
it's also the trickier part for us. And the Veronica Tam team has specialists in fair housing, and they've already worked on revisions to address the HCD's comments on fair housing.
To follow up on just the environmental review, so did we look, when we were considering the feasibility, and I know the HCD letter specifically asked for clarification on environmental constraints as part of the feasibility analysis, have we looked at which of the sites are currently designated as ESHA that we're aware of, and did that disqualify sites from being on the list, or did we include sites on our list that we're discussing tonight that are in ESHA?
Andy's going to probably want to follow up on this, on the ESHA stuff, but I will say that the comments that they made about constraints also included looking at things like lot shape, and the sites that you have in front of you for rezoning don't have any of those constraints. They were very specific about odd-shaped, small lots in the, that are in the middle, in between other lots, can't use those. So those were, some of the sites. We actually had to pull some sites out of our adopted housing element inventory because of those specific comments.
Yeah, and to add on the kind of the ESHA in particular, there are a couple sites with mapped ESHA, but when we looked at them, we think based on the size of the lot, and especially how we've talked about, we already amended the zoning code to go to that net lot and kind of being able to develop outside of your ESHA, but somewhere else in the lot, maybe a little denser on that. That we think the sites are still capable of building that housing. I would say there, without naming names, there was one site that we looked at for potentially increased residential zoning that we thought, based on the location of known ESHA, would be a tougher sell. So we did look at that.
And my last one, I got some clarification from staff that there were so many public comment letters that mentioned this, that if you could just talk about it. Can you just talk about the noticing for tonight, and what noticing was done, and how noticing works for a workshop? Just because I know a lot of folks on public comment were concerned about that.
So for this study session, we did email notices. We didn't do the independent notice. We did email blasts. I think there were almost 1,000 recipients. We did that in Spanish and in English, and we did that 2 times, separate from the noticing for this study session that we do traditionally for agendas. So 3 times that we sent out email blasts. And it's online on our website for anybody who wants to look at that.
And noticing requirements for workshops are different than if we were voting on something tonight, is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Fullerton.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Vice Chair Maynard about, I also concerned about we're allocating all of these sites to being low-income, affordable, and, is there anything that we can do to ensure that it is going to be built as affordable and not just market rate housing, or we could just end up with a lot of high-density, very, very expensive housing that no one can afford? So I guess that's my first question: is is there any leeway to try to put something in place to make sure that we get more affordable?
So the city has an inclusionary requirement that puts a burden on the applicant to build a certain number or percentage of very low, and moderate, and above moderate housing. So we do have that. We also have funds in place to help supplement, and we also connect nonprofits with project applicants so that they are aware of additional resources. And there's a number of other tools that are in our zoning and in our housing element that's been adopted. We included more tools in this adopted housing element that in January that we're implementing now. And they're a little bit more assertive early in the process to make sure that applicants are aware of all of these resources. They get more affordable housing than what's required in our inclusionary. And Andy probably wants to add to that, but I did want to tell you I missed a 0 on the outreach. I said 1,000, I think, and I meant to say almost 10,000. So it's a lot of numbers, but yeah, there's a lot of people that received the email notice.
And Commissioner Fullerton, just to add, we've made some changes fairly recently, including adding rental projects to our inclusionary. So one of the kind of the discrepancies you see in the 5th cycle, where we're meeting our above moderate but shorter on our lower income category, is there were some rental projects that didn't provide inclusionary because we didn't have that policy in place because of a case that kind of limited our ability. And then again, hiring senior affordable housing or senior housing specialist whose really job is to try to leverage, among her jobs is to try to leverage resources and do what we can to get as much affordable beyond our inclusionary. And we've seen in projects recently where we've been able to leverage funds and coordinate with the housing authority or people's self-help to get some, within the last, I think 7 years, we've had the 2 highest below market rate projects in the city, probably three largest, including Buena Tierra. So we have had some successes, but as Ann mentioned, we're also getting comments about our inclusionary as a constraint. So, any discussion about raising the inclusionary will also, we think, will raise red flags. So it's a challenge, certainly.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, I know that the county, in their housing element, they have some sites right adjacent to Goleta that could really impact the area, especially Western Goleta, the Stork off-ramp. I mean, I know that's a big concern to a lot of people, the traffic. The off-ramp is a nightmare sometimes, Are we supposed to be, or should we consider that potential in the sites we're looking at, or are we just supposed to not think about that?
The county has their requirements that are, established through the RENA process, and we have ours, and we have to look at them uniquely and comment on, and work with the county on where they're going to be proposing that their rezones, which we're doing separately. So as far as how you look at the sites is, I guess, up to you. But we think that looking at infill along our major transit corridors and the sites that we've put up on the screen with mostly with the property owner interests are what they are, and we didn't overlap it with the county sites. I think that might go beyond like what we're required to do, or there might be some limitations on that. And I don't know if Veronica, if you want us to go deeper into that, we can try.
No, that's okay. I was just wondering if we should be just thinking about that, especially with one of the sites that
I could make
to that.
My apology. I could make a quick comment about that. We actually had a discussion with multiple discussions with HCD about unincorporated lands and on behalf of other, different clients. HCD's position is whoever holds the permitting authority would get to count the sites towards the arena. If you want to petition for a use of potential annexation into your city as part of your arena, you do have to go through a negotiation process that's codified under the government code as well to take the part of the arena that's the county would assume on their land, and if you take the land, you'll take the arena as well. So sometimes it may not be a net benefit. It just depends on but there's no standards as to how you calculate that, how much arena is associated with that piece of land. And so there is, that's entirely a negotiation process, but that negotiation must occur before you can annex the land from the county and count it towards your arena.
Okay, thank you. That was definitely not what I was asking about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have just two quick questions before we go to the public. One is, once we do a rezone, are we then locked into those numbers? Can they go higher or can they go lower? I think I should know the answer to that, but I'm not 100% sure.
So let's say in January of 2024, there's an action to adopt the housing element and approve the CEQA document and the rezones. And then the rezones go into effect. There'll be applicant comes in with one of the sites that was rezoned, and they maybe won't even look at the housing element. They'll look at Title 17, and they'll look at the rules that are in place for that zone district. So look at the standards for high density residential, for example, and they'll see that they'll have that minimum density zoning of 20 units per acre up to 30 units per acre. And their development application will have to be within that range. So their number count might be different, and it might depend on, like, if they're at the higher end of the density or the lower end of that 20 to 30 unit density range. So they won't be held accountable per se to that number. We'll have to make the finding, as Andy pointed out, because state law requires that we make that finding. We'll still have to do that accounting to the state to true up those numbers on the sites. And by the way, we have been truing up the numbers with the state in this cycle, and we're doing a really good job of predicting the units on the site based on the state's math, and then getting really close, if not more in some cases, units than what we predicted in the housing element.
Okay, and then my next question is, I've heard that the state, moving forward with the housing element for everyone, will be looking very closely how we're progressing, how we're doing, more so than they have in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you. So I have a question about the infill of the underutilized sites. So, I understand that the state has increased scrutiny over those because of the, feasibility that they'll actually be redeveloped. Are there any consideration of any programs that would sort of try to encourage that and sort of try to offset some of the difficulties that do that, just because, of the typically lesser environmental impact of utilizing the underutilized sites instead of building on vacant land?
Commissioner Chapman, is kind of maybe getting a little broader into some of the revisions we'll be bringing back later on. We're focusing on the sites, but there's a question about AFFH, and we're doing revisions to that. We also had questions about the mixed use feasibility and things like the findings required. So we're looking at some other things that will be included in the updated draft that will be released for public review and then submitted to HCD. But we have looked at thresholds for development plans, for instance, which is kind of the discretionary review versus ministerial, and things like that. So we are looking at other issues under the auspices of constraints analysis as well, but just not a focus of kind of the questions about the sites in specific.
And Commissioner Chapman, there's other things too we're just not thinking of right now because we're so focused on the sites, but things like that we're already implementing, allowing mixed use within like long commercial strips to be clustered as opposed to spread out on the different lots. And that was in response to some feedback that we heard about. It's really hard in an existing development to just add a second story on. And like you pretty much have to demo the whole building. And they're more likely to get units if they can demo a portion of the building and generate units. So that we worked through, some of those things are already in our housing element. And so we did put a lot of thought into ways that we can help with generating units in these existing developments.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Now we'll go to the public to speak on, comment, or ask questions on anything except the identified candidate and alternative sites. General questions.
We have 10 speaker slips, and if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak for general public comment not related to the candidate sites, please raise your hand. My first in-person speaker is Pam Flint-Tambo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and planning commissioners. I am Pam Flint-Tambo. I've lived in Goleta for about 30 years now. Tonight, I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. You should have a letter in your packet tonight from us. We're pleased to have an opportunity to comment on the sites inventory for the latest draft of the city's housing element update. We understand that potential rezone sites have been added to accommodate a predicted shortfall of over 500 lower income units identified in the state's June letter. We support an increase in housing for very low to moderate income households, and we agree that the RHNA targets mandated by the state are a useful guide to make up for years of inadequate housing production. As we have looked at issues impacting South Coast housing elements, we've learned that many of our local essential workers, young professionals, and new parents are in the lower income categories, and it's time to put a welcome mat out for these local residents and workers, particularly those with lower incomes and those in need of affordable housing. Our specific suggestions are, 1, we need more transparencies to better understand how the City of Goleta plans to achieve its affordable housing RHNA goals. And specifically, what are the underlying assumptions about the total number of housing units and their income levels that will be generated for each site? And without the assumptions behind the sites, it's impossible to evaluate those sites and the ability to meet RHNA goals. 2, we encourage Goleta to follow the lead of the county in identifying sites that the city owns or that are owned by other public agencies such as school districts or faith communities. This can help lower production costs and prioritize residents and workers with a local preference and deed-restricted units. And 3, we urge you to work with the Goleta Water District to prioritize housing projects with significant levels of affordability for water allocation. Given the scarcity of water in the Goleta Valley, we believe that this is essential. It's important to prioritize the production of more affordable units. Otherwise, the state density bonus and other programs that result in mostly market rate housing may lead to a build mindset that sacrifices livability and safety for no significant improvement to our community's housing security. And thank you for all your time and energy and effort for attending to this critical issue before our community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Mark Lloyd.
Good evening, Honorable Council members and Planning Commission members. How are you? My name is Mark Lloyd of LMP Consultants representing the Shelby Family Partnership property. I put up a photograph of the property in front of you so you could be more familiar with it, and I wanted to give you a degree of familiarity with it tonight. I know that you've received a number of letters and public comments about this property. The Shelby property was first purchased by my client in 1976. It was residentially zoned, had an approved tract map on it for a single-family subdivision. And shortly thereafter, the Goleta Water District had a moratorium. That moratorium was in effect. The map had a time period to it, and that map expired, and therefore the project went away. The zoning remained. In 1982, the county, in a general plan update, downzoned the property from the single-family zoning that it had to agricultural zoning. The county at that time, from a political and philosophical persuasion, was intent on downzoning many properties and did it all over Santa Barbara County. This is the time period in the essence of where our problem that we have today has started, with this downzoning of property and not looking at adequate, appropriate properties for development. Furthermore, in 1995, the county had another general plan update, of which they identified the Segment 3 Cathedral Oaks road completion, a policy requirement in that general plan that required the county to rezone the lower half of the property, which is now a housing development that was completed in 1998 while it was still county property. That general plan also had a policy that when the Segment 3 went through and the rezone on the lower half happened, on the next general plan cycle, it was to be revisited to rezone this property back to residential zoning on the north side. And lo and behold, before that cycle happened, the city incorporated. And so here we are with this ag zone property. I know you've had letters about this being an ag property. There's been no ag on it. You can see it's just a vacant dirt patch surrounded by urban uses of a golf course and single family and multifamily dwellings. There's been no agriculture done on it for years and years. It is not designated as prime farmland, prime soils, or important farmland in the Department of Conservation mapping with the state. So I think this all comes down to a couple issues here. And in my view, the staff report that you have before you tonight really drills down on the issue at hand by noting that Senate Bill 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, had among its legislative intent, quote, homes, lots, and structures near good jobs, schools, transportation remain underutilized throughout the state and could be rapidly remodeled or developed to add affordable homes without subsidy where they are needed with state assistance. The staff report also concludes by saying that the legislature views city zoning, development regulations, and local opposition to housing development as some of the most important causes of our high housing costs, inadequate housing supply, and homelessness. And it also states,
Mr. Lloyd, your time is up.
Okay, well, the Shelby property hits on all counts, Madam Mayor, and you need to put it on the rezone list. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions you have. Seeing none, I will move on.
Okay. Our next public speaker is Karen Lovelace.
Good evening. I know all about that property. It's not exactly accurate, but that's okay. Okay. So prominent recent development zone medium density at 20 units per acre include Cortona Apartments, built just below the southbound Stewart Glen Annie 101 on-ramp. At 176 acres, apartments on 8.86 acres, it's 20.4 units per acre. Hollister Village behind Smart and Final is 265 units of three-story apartments on 13.08 acres and medium density of 20.25 units per acre. Goletans ought to take a drive through the canyons of Hollister Village to get a sense for 20 units per acre, and then imagine what 30 units per acre developments might look like. Contrast those medium density projects with Goleta's planning staff's proposal to upzone a site in Elencano Heights adjacent to a creek on 9.8 acres. That property, it's quite generous to the landowner to to suggest the 284 units. It represents 28% of the total 998 on the list of sites and units. So I want to know, where's all the critical workforce housing developers advocate for in promoting their projects? 2-bedroom units in Cortona apartments run $4,900 monthly. Our daughter is a local grade school teacher. She can either afford to rent or buy locally. How can her family afford to live in Goleta? She's fortunate to have parents who are able to subsidize their rent. Planning for and creating critical workforce housing? I'll say it, it's a big lie. Staff knows it, council should know it by now. It's never going to happen without insisting on 100% affordable. And that's what this council should require, or it's never going to materialize. Once upon a time, a document known as the Goleta General Plan, higher densities were designated in locations proximate to public transportation, employment, and shopping. Not anymore, apparently. Sadly, keeping Los Angeles-style constipation 100 miles away is no longer the objective. City staff is facilitating the planning for intense urbanization, regardless of whether it impacts negatively on our environment. I don't think our elected council members are in favor of these changes for Goleta the Good Land. Should council and staff decide to indiscriminately assign high-density zoning here, there, and everywhere with so little regard in such inappropriate locations, then we might as well abandon cityhood. At least the county, an arm of the state, will budget for better road maintenance than we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Rich Foster.
Wow, 20 years ago we were worried about the county dumping housing on us, and now it looks like the state has taken over that job. You know, it's a little disconcerting to see that we pay a professional staff to come up with a plan, and now it seems that we are starting to pass things in knee-jerk reaction fashion because we're on to a deadline. And I have sympathy for them because it seems like a horrible process to have to go through. But the point still is a little foresight. A lot of this didn't just suddenly happen yesterday from the state. We've kind of known it was coming, and there seems to have been discussions that were somehow omitted. You know, one of the big problems is once you slap a high-density residential, medium density on it, it's never going to go away. So when you look at some of the sites that are on the list, you know, it's probably too much because you're going to penalize people who worked and saved money to buy, say, a single-family home or a duplex, and you want to throw in 30 units per acre next to it. I mean, would you want to have your house next to Hollister Village and then have that put up next to you? I think there needs to be some more revision of what's on this list or downgrade it from high density on any of it to all medium density. That said, the state said we have to build it. As I said before, part of the problem is, you know, the city's looking to nonprofits to help, the city's looking to help, and businesses are failing to help. They need to start kicking money in to help build affordable, if only to make it pencil out for the developers who are trying to make a profit too. You know, too often the affordability element disappears completely. So let's the people who are bitching the most put the money up and start helping donate for this. Bottom line is we have a problem with greed. Everybody when rents wants to squeeze the best dollar out. And so we need to do something about that. But the reality is building housing that rents out for $5,000 for a 2-bedroom is not going to do anything for anybody. It's not going to improve the quality of life in Goleta. I think you need to look at some of your locations because some are badly accessed or overburdened or on substandard roads. Things I didn't see on the list, Fairview Gardens, if I'm mistaken, speak up, but I didn't see Fairview Gardens on it. Maybe their owner wasn't interested, but it's a large site. It's right on a 4-lane highway next door, down the street. I'm not so sure that Goleta Lutheran Church, who years ago wanted to look at developing assisted living on the background until they had a fight about it, wouldn't be a useful place to take a look at. And you know, if we're going to screw the community, let's just start taking parts of our public parks so we spread the pain out around the city. Let's put some of it on Gersh Park because families can't afford to live here, so we don't need so many soccer fields. Let's take part of the Elwood Bluffs, which Ann mentioned was probably problematic, and build it. Let's not just pile it on next to the guys next door. I think most of you guys live in single-family stories. You know, do you want a 3-story place next to you, forced upon you? So, either way, that's it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Michael Bennett.
Good to see you, Michael.
Good evening. Yeah, following Richard Foster, only I could do that, so I'm proud. It's a pleasure to be before council and planning commissioners this evening, and I'm going to talk in generalities, but I disagree with some things staff has said that we're going to wait till the end to figure out what the constraints are. And I will tell you, without giving the parcels, I'll do that later. Rail history, huge. We're talking about the first rail station that was built in Goleta and operated for 14 years from 1887 to 1901. We're talking about hazards, oil production on a particular parcel that I learned about when I was on council. That's a factual piece of information, and I'm certain our staff has that information. So why it was proposed, I do not know, because the project that was proposed there didn't happen. Flooding. I've lived here for 53 years, which isn't very long, because a whole lot of folks have lived here much longer than I, but I have seen a whole lot of flooding. And one place in particular that's proposed for housing floods. I'm here to tell you, it floods. And the last issue is traffic circulation. There's a couple of different parcels proposed for development that if those go forward, then forget it, because you're not going to ever mitigate the additional traffic that may occur and the traffic that we're already living with. And these are significant. So I just throw that out. If they're built upon, then you're not going to mitigate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Greg Jenkins.
I needed that.
Good evening, Greg Jenkins. I'm a local architect, former City of Goleta Planning Commissioner, former County of Santa Barbara Planning Commissioner. Your design review board is going to have one heck of a job. They have some findings that they need to make, and I'm just going to read 3 abbreviated versions of these findings. The development will be compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale will be appropriate to the site and the neighborhood. The development demonstrates a harmonious relationship with the existing adjoining development. And finally, the project's architecture will respect the privacy of neighbors. It's considerate of private views and protective of solar access off-site. The 3-story home right next to a single-family residence, you're going to lose all your privacy. These findings should be applied to the planning process and the rezone process. I don't know if you have the ability to do that. It's disconcerting that planners and legislators hundreds of miles away are dictating to us, putting thresholds and bars of achievement that we have to reach, and we scramble, and we play games, and nobody in the room is going to be happy. Wouldn't it be nice if we just had the gumption to go to the end of Goleta Pier and throw their tea in the harbor?
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Keith Diggs.
Good evening, Council, Commission.
people of Goleta. I'm Keith Diggs. I'm an attorney with Yimby Law. I'd join you in throwing the housing element law in the harbor. I don't like it either. But I do like housing. I need it. I work for Yimby Law because for about 7 years I was a public interest lawyer working in Phoenix, which is where you hear a lot of people in Southern California sometimes say, well, oh, it's okay that it's expensive here because people can just go move to Phoenix. My rent went up 30% last year. I spent a year on the road nomadic, moving every month because it's cheaper to rent by the month on Airbnb in spare bedrooms in ADUs than it is to rent a traditional studio. So that's what motivates me to do what I do now. I'll hurry up, get to the point here. I know we submit a letter about the site inventory, and there's been some questions about how the builder's remedy works, and how non-vacant versus non-vacant sites. So I just wanted to clear that up. When my executive director, Sonia Traus, comes to me and talks to me about potentially litigating against a jurisdiction based on its housing element, what I tell her, what I advise her on is to look at the preponderance of non-vacant sites. How heavily is the city relying on non-vacant sites for its lower income site inventory? Because in my opinion, I've been a lawyer for a long time, that's the clearest part of the housing element law, which isn't saying much because it's a 40,000 word statute. But what we do is we total up the lower income site inventory, look at vacant versus non-vacant. A city that has a lot of vacant sites in its site inventory, especially for lower income, that's very hard to challenge. So I really do encourage the city council to include vacant as well as non-vacant sites, because I think that will really help you with HCD, protect you against Yimby Law and my friends at Californians for Home Ownership and California Housing Defense Fund. So my email address is keith@yimblaw.org. If any of you have questions, I'd be happy to do an exchange or get on the phone with any of you. And I appreciate your time. It's a lovely community. I wish I could afford to live here.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Stephen Covillian.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Planning Commission. My name is Steve Kuvian. I'm a local physician. I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara County, and I am part of a large practice that's based here on the South Coast. I'm here to speak about the property that you've heard about already, 7400 Cathedral Oaks Road, commonly referred to as a Shelby property. My family's owned this land since the 70s. It was my parents purchased this property. It was zoned as a residential development, and there was even a subdivision map recorded in 1971. Like many of the properties in Goleta Valley, it was downzoned from agriculture or to agriculture to stop some of the housing development. Our experts on the matter, Beth Collins, Mark Lloyd, you've already heard from, are really better suited to hear about this. But really, I'm here to give my perspective. And I've been a small business owner here on the South Coast really for the last 15 years. Our practice has 50 employees that live here in Santa Barbara and Goleta. We have 150 employees that live in Santa Barbara County. Affordable housing continues to be really the major issue for us in practicing our medicine. We have interactions with local hospitals, local clinics, and we all share the same difficulties. For several years, this has affected our ability to hire and retain adequate staff and paramedical personnel. Unfortunately, outsourcing is now becoming a mainstay in our business. This really affects our ability to hire professionals, even physicians that join our clinics. Additionally, my practice really requires some specialists. These 15 people that have traditionally been hired here in the community are well-trained individuals, and we rely on them to keep our practice running. Unfortunately, we've lost some of them over the last year, and now we're forced to outsource, and that really is difficult for everybody. From a business perspective, reducing the housing and commuting burdens on our healthcare workforce will really provide better care for all of us. I'm really hoping that you can include the Shelby property in the housing element and restore the much needed residential zoning designation that was first placed on the property in the 1950s. My family is really working with the city and would like to work with the city. We want to build significant affordable housing. We're not developers. I'm a family of physicians, and we're looking to be part of the solution. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Beth Collins.
Mayor, council members, and planning commissioners. I'm Beth Collins from Brownstein. As you know, I'm a land use lawyer who has worked on projects throughout California and here in this region for decades now. Hope you received my letter today. Good news, the city is moving in the right direction. I'm really pleased to see the rezones. They will be needed to meet your housing demand. Unfortunately, we're missing a first critical step. Before you can figure out what you need to bridge the gap or the shortfall, first step is you need to take a look and figure out exactly what that shortfall is. The last draft of the housing element claimed a surplus of 558 lower income units. Now staff identifies a deficit plus the 15% buffer. That's about a 1,200 unit low income swing. That's huge difference. And that's the hole we're trying to fill with these rezones. So it's not clear, as Ms. Wells laid out, the charts and things that were in the housing element aren't here before you in the staff report. So you don't really know the hole that you're trying to fill. And so I encourage you, look at that shortfall we need to. The buffer is not large enough. Based on my extensive experience here, we're just never going to meet. I mean, and you've heard Commissioner Miller flagged it, others have flagged it. We're not going to meet the densities that are being assumed. We're not going to meet, all of these sites are not going to end up getting developed within the planning period. So you need to build in more buffer and more sites. So I strongly recommend you proceed now with the rezonings that you have, all of them. You need all of them, and you need more. Procedurally, otherwise you're going to start losing local control, and you're going to suffer with many other costs and penalties. I will be back shortly to talk about the Shelby project. As was discussed, that's going to be the last one for public comment. So thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any other speakers?
Our next public speaker is Frank Arredondo.
Madam Mayor, City Council, Commissioners, Planning. Frank Arredondo, once again. I'm not going to go through my introduction. You guys heard it already before, but gosh, I always feel regretful when I come here and do this because I always feel like I'm the bearer of the bad news. So this project is a rezone. You're going to take all these vacant lots and turn them into residential. You're going to send it to the CD, what is it? HCD, and they are going to decide whether or not what conditions they will fall under, whether they get fast-tracked, streamlined, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it was already brought up before. There's a bill that was passed in 2015, Senate Bill 35, which talks about streamlining residential properties. Unfortunately, the bill was passed and did not address the impact to cultural resources. A couple of years later, AB 168 was passed by Governor Newsom, and it closed that loop, and that was in 2020. It basically said, even though you don't have to do an environmental review on a streamlined residential unit, you do need to consult with the tribes. Because under CEQA, there's an exception to an exemption. If you're going to impact a historical resource, it's no longer exempt from CEQA. You can't streamline it. So what does this all mean? You've got a bunch of properties that are potentially could make that criteria if it goes to the housing folks. They don't know, and I haven't seen it in this document that there's been any kind of cultural review on these properties. I sat down, pulled out my maps, and out of the 14 properties, 5 of them have sites either on or adjacent to where the properties are being done, built on or proposed. Problem is we don't have enough surveys to tell us what is really on that property. We have some general surveys. There are 6 other sites that are open space. There are no surveys, but they have a potential. And then 3 more sites which have paved lots. So parking lots, you know, people assume that there's disturbance, but we found material 18 inches below the surface. Pavement doesn't go that deep. So there is a potential. My point is, in order to abide by this AB 168, you have to initiate consultation with the tribes. You have to do some sort of investigation to determine whether or not there is a resource there that might in fact be impacted, and thus the exception to the exemption will kick in. One of the things that comes up in the past, there is something called SB 18, old thing, 2004, been around for days. There is a trigger that is built into that bill, which applies to all of these other bills. If a local government is initiating the process, what is the trigger point when you have to contact tribes? It's not when you get an application, it's when you start diving into the money purse and hiring staff to do this, do that, hiring consultants. That's the trigger. If that's the case, then tribes should have been consulted a long time ago before we even got to this. Timing becomes an issue because once tribes are notified, they have 30 days to response. That messes up your whole 60-day response period from HDC. So, yeah, look into it. I'll write a letter and send it in later. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final public speaker for the general public comment is Tony Vallejo.
Hey, everybody. It's been a little while, hasn't it? My name's Tony Vallejo. I'm a former city councilman. That's why I was so familiar with you right now. I'm here today representing myself as a resident of Goleta who's raised his family here and lived here and owned property here for the last 25 years, and also to represent the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce as a board member there. The Chamber encourages you to move forward with these projects. There's 3 specific ones that I'll try and stick around, depending on how long this goes, to come back and address. But we do, and we have said for a long time, there's a critical need for housing in this community. And the Chamber's working very hard to help with that. We have initiated a project where we're bringing business owners together to help fund some projects. Not on this list in particular, but we are looking at that. But in the meantime, there are several projects here that could go to construction almost immediately if we can get approval, get the rezone. And there's a dire need for it, let me put it that way. Not only from the perspective of a business owner and as a member of the Chamber who's talked to a lot of business owners, but also as a parent. You know, I have 2 adult children, and it's really heartbreaking to see the struggle they and their peers go through looking for housing in this community. It's very hard. It's rarely expensive, and I know a lot of us sometimes will think, oh, you know, we had it that hard too. I don't think we did. At least at my age. I'm a lot older than some of you, so maybe you did, but it's hard, and we need to help them. I mean, they all have, you know, not all. My 2 kids have jobs, but you know, many of them have jobs, they work hard, and it's just not affordable, and we're losing that generation. They are leaving town because they see the writing on the wall. So both as a parent, as a business owner, and as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, we encourage you guys to move forward with this. We think it's a great first step, and we're looking forward to helping you any way we can. As I said, I won't mention the specific sites the Chamber's identified, but if I can make it to the end, I'm a little out of practice, guys, so bear with me. We will comment further later. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more public speakers at this time.
Was that it for Zoom as well?
I don't have any speakers on Zoom either.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
All right, so we can.
Do we have any comments to any of or do we just move on? How would you like to proceed?
Madam Mayor, I think we're ready to move on to the specific sites.
All right. So we're going to do site by site, correct?
Yeah, so we'll go to the slide 11, 12, and that will get us into the candidate sites, starting with 60 Calusa Avenue and 7020 Kyriel. And assuming that we're, unless told otherwise, that we don't have any need for recusals on this slide. So if, Veronica, if you could load the PowerPoint up.
Apologies, my computer is acting up a little bit, so give me just a couple of minutes.
I think we'll take a 5-minute break. I see everybody leaving, so. Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order.
And so we're going to start with the candidate sites. And if, Veronica, if you can go to the next slide, which is 60 Calusa Avenue and 7020 Kyriel. And Andy's going to walk you through first 60 Calusa and then 7020 Kyriel, and then we'll do council commission questions. So we'll do that, the sequence for each one of the sites. Your questions and comments, then public comment, then your direction. And we'll need your direction on each of the 2 sites that are combined on this slide.
Okay, so we're going to ask for conflict disclosures.
Yeah, and there isn't one on the site.
Okay.
These sites, but go, Megan. Maybe we should just get into that routine of you.
Yes,
of
that would be
confirming that.
helpful.
Okay, we'll proceed.
Sorry, I wasn't able to click for a second, but just confirming there are not conflicts on these sites.
Okay, great.
So, Mayor Perotti, council members, and planning commissioners, these are 2 separate sites. They're under different ownership, but they're right next to each other. So we put on the slide together. This is near the corner of Glen Annie and Kyriel. The back parcel that we're referencing as 60 Calusa is a vacant parcel, and then 7020 has a small market on it. And we've heard from both property owners an interest in either adding housing to the existing development or developing residential development. They're currently, both sites are zoned intersection commercial, which is a fairly limiting zoning designation that does not allow housing. They are both in our adopted housing element, however, because of Senate Bill 6, which is a new law that went into effect July 1st. So there is some potential housing on the sites, even without a rezone, but it's under a kind of a new unproven state law. And so it was kind of staff's thinking that it made more sense to support the housing on this site by actually doing the local rezones. So on the back site, what would be proposed, or what's proposed in the staff report, is zoning change to high-density residential. And then on the front portion, from CI to CC, which is a still commercial designation, but more favorable to mixed-use development. So that would facilitate adding a little residential onto the existing development. So it wouldn't, in theory, it wouldn't be necessarily a redevelopment of the whole site, but you could add in some housing on the underutilized portion of the site. So that's why you're seeing in the row, it might be a little bit hard to see for members of the public, but the units with current zoning is what we have in the house, what would be in the housing element without the rezone, and then units with proposed zoning is what we would expect with our assumptions based on the rezone. And again, both property owners are interested and supportive of these changes. We haven't, as of 4:30 or so, we hadn't had any comments on 7020 Kyriel. We had a few comments on Calusa from neighbors in opposition. The property owner submitted a comment in support, and there's one other additional comment in support of the rezone for that site. And so we're happy to take any questions you might have about these 2.
Go ahead, Councilmember Caston.
Isn't this one of the sites where, I don't know if you guys are the right people to answer, but that we get has a fair amount of homeless that congregate on the site, and so neighbors have asked for some sort of relief from that and some sort of change. I don't remember if it's which one of the 2, but Is that accurate to you?
Possibly.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones we hear about regularly as a problematic site. And so, in theory, if it's sort of just left vacant-ish, it just encourages it as used as a homeless site. But you're the wrong crowd.
Councilmember Kasdan, we've heard that there's been homeless calls in the past, and that we've had to address that homeless population there. I don't have anything more than that for you right now.
Okay.
Councilmember Kasdan, I'm trying to understand the point that you're trying to make, that this site is possibly a site that our folks without homes are camping in. Is that your question?
Well, and that we might not want it to remain, in a sense, as just sort of a vacant spot which is underused. If we think that a better use might be regular housing as opposed to leaving a field that's just used and with neighbors complaining about it regularly.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question on the slide here. It doesn't seem to be any difference with the 70-20 Calle Real. Both indicate 5 housing units under existing versus the proposed. Can you explain what the rationale is then for changing it?
Yeah. So again, the assumption with the current zoning would be the utilization of SB6, and that's somewhat unproven, and there are like a lot of caveats and additional requirements where if we rezoned it, they could come in and meet and provide those units under our own regulations rather than possibly jumping through these different hoops. And one other thought there is, as Ms. Tam had mentioned, we don't have a lot of examples of mixed-use redevelopment where we're getting added housing under our local rules, and this could be a situation where we do see that type of transition to adding housing to existing commercial stock.
And I think you could be confused by this bottom category that says units with proposed zoning. So we were very specific about that unit count, because if our adopted housing element already counted units on it with the SB6, for example, that's why you see the 0 count. And that 0 sum, when you take what the potential is with the rezone minus what's already counted in the housing element, that's probably too nuanced for this conversation. We haven't seen an SB6 site. We don't know if that, and we also don't know if the property owner would actually use that SB6 opportunity, because it's tricky, and that's why. But the math is very, it's a little confusing, because we took what's in the existing housing element as the starting point.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. This is clarification. Maybe I missed it. So these are 2 separate parcels and a single property owner?
This is the one case where we have 2 separate property owners who have individually expressed interest, and we're just presenting them together because there's no conflicts on these sites, and just for context, they're right next to each other.
Thank you. So should we be thinking about each parcel individually rather than conceptualizing a project that would cover both?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was my question, so I'm good.
Do we have any other questions? Commissioner Maynard.
I have 2 questions. With a switch away from SB6 to including it in the housing element here, is it anticipated that we would have more local control of the design of the project than if we had deferred to just allowing it to move forward through SB6?
SB6 does not require like ministerial review as opposed to our standard process, so probably not. But it's all new, so I would caveat that with we'll be learning on implementation when we see a project like that.
And it's also possible that HCD will push back on an SB6 counted site when there's property owner interest in a rezone. Before, we didn't have the count based on a rezone. So it's treated differently, as you've heard in this presentation, when it's rezoned to high-density residential, or something that directly supports residential uses.
There was a mention in one of the public comment letters, and I think it was the 60 Calusa property about frogs. Are you concerned about any sensitive habitats for frog populations?
So, Commissioner Maynard, right now there's no ESHA mapped in our general plan on the site. Now, we require biostudies and analysis on the site-specific. We just don't have the capacity to do that for all these sites at this kind of higher level.
And is there any mapped cultural resources that we should be concerned about for either of these two sites?
Not that we're aware of, but we don't keep a published cultural resource map.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Then I'll ask for the public if they have any questions.
I have 2 speaker slips, and if any members of the public wish to speak regarding the 60 Calusa Avenue or 7020 Calle proposed sites, please raise your hand on Zoom. My first speaker in person is Iqbal Tour.
Dear respectable council members and all who given me this platform to speak about an important yet under-addressed topic. My name is Iqbal Tour, and my husband and I are the owner of a property at a corner of Calusa Avenue and Del Norte Drive behind the gas station. I have been a long-time resident of Central Coast, and I am here in hopes of improving the lives of many economically disadvantaged people of Goleta and those who want to live in our beautiful city, yet cannot find any vacancies. My husband, Iqbal Tour, and I moved to Central Coast from Los Angeles 31 years ago for a job placement and fell in love with it. And we haven't looked back since. So we would like to give this beautiful city just a fraction of what it has given us. We have a piece of land where we would like to build apartment units to help alleviate some of the housing scarcity in our city. If built as proposed, this project will greatly aid local UCSB students in finding housing nearby for the working community who have to commute on a daily basis because they cannot find a place to live. This project brings a huge benefits in terms of number of units, the number of below market unit rates, the location with the great access to jobs, shopping, transit, and schools. Although we have the option of building something commercial on the property, but we want to give back to our city and build affordable housing so other residents can enjoy the city as much as we have been able to past 31 years. I am excited at the prospect of bringing more accommodation to a community that is thriving in every aspect possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight.
Thank you.
And our second public speaker is Richard Foster.
I didn't see those eyes roll. God, will he never shut up? I live out that way. I go by this property all the time. First of all, it's a liquor store, whatever. When it was built as Happy Harry's, they probably should have allowed them to do a mixed use and have some residential on it to begin with. There's a big vaulted seat. There's a lot of wasted space, a lot of side yard. It's not a bad place to put some apartments in. As far as 60 Calusa, Calusa Avenue is rated as a horrible street in town on your city map. It's substandard. I know there's people complaining about it for years, but its condition is category 5, very poor. The other problem with building stuff on Calusa at 60 is the circulation there. Because the center divider on Glen Annie Road, all the traffic and all the kind of heights right now goes down Calusa and keeps going. Now you want to add another 39 units that, other than exiting the property, whenever they come back, they're going to be coming back down and around. You're creating a giant loop through one of the busiest intersections, probably the second worst in the city. This is not a location to put 39 units. Single family, which matches the neighborhood, or something, but as soon as you start saying 20 units, you're just creating more traffic problems and a horrible thing. As far as I talked to a number of neighbors, and it seems that some realtors were spreading lies to facilitate sales. One neighbor was told that it was a frog on the site, and another neighbor was told that it was a nature preserve. And I think maybe they looked at the map and saw that the city has the property across the street. To answer Stuart Kasdan's statements, the homeless problem there has been largely on city property on the north corner there, and also across the street on the Caltrans property, which they've done a significant amount to clear out. They put up a fence, and then the fence worked really well to build a new tent, which they've cleared out again. On the Calusa property, over the years I've been going by it, I saw a pile of beer cans after I saw a bunch of high school students drinking there, and there was one mattress on the property. And so I know one of the neighbors complained about this, and that resulted in the city spending 2 days with 5 employees and 4 trucks hauling all the oak limbs that were actually on private property. But there's not a homeless problem on that property. Build 6 houses there, continue on elsewhere, but unless you want to redo the center lane of Glen Annie, it's not the place to put 39 units. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are no more public speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Councilmember, or I promoted you to council member, Commissioner Chapman.
Yeah, so I had a sort of a question, an idea. I think it may be applicable to more sites, but I think the 7020 site might be an interesting candidate for this. One of the things I'm wondering about is enabling, I guess, the high-density housing that would help us reach the affordable numbers that we need for the housing element, while still allowing commercial uses. The reason I mention that is because this part of the city is a good example of, there's not a lot of commercial opportunities that are within kind of a walking or biking range. And, the highway bridge is something that is really prohibitive to sort of getting around without a car. So I guess what I'm speaking to is the traffic concerns, in that people would generally have to drive over that bridge to get to places. If it was possible for a way to allow, continued commercial use, that may help drive some, and especially if something that was kind of like compatible and useful with the neighborhood, that might kind of reduce trips across the highway bridge. And there could be other locations where such a thing, I don't know if that would be accomplished either through the allowance of certain compatible commercial uses in something like an RH zone, or something like an overlay that would allow high density to be built alongside an existing commercial use.
Mayor Protem.
Thank you. I want to echo those comments. Those were exactly the thoughts that I had as well. One of the concerns that I have as we look at rezoning is making sure that we're creating neighborhoods that have places that people can walk and bike to, that are everyday places that they would go to, whether it's schools or parks or retail, or even a corner store, et cetera. So I think, and if you look at the northwest quadrant of the city, I think we are looking at a primarily residential area of the city. There's some schools and some parks, but not really much, commercial or retail. And the freeway is a barrier, as was mentioned. And for anyone around there that is looking, maybe just making a quick trip to the store, that forces them to go to the other side of the freeway. So for that reason, looking at the map here, I agree that I think 70-20 would be best kept, maybe a mix of commercial and residential, but I wouldn't want to take the commercial out of the equation for that parcel. I do support the rezone of the 60 Calusa. And, with regard to whether it's housing or commercial, it's zoned commercial intersection right now, CI, which, if developed to its full potential, actually creates a lot more traffic, I believe, than the residential would. In general, commercial does create a lot of traffic in that area. So if there's another type of zoning, I think that would be a good idea if it allowed the mixed use, but I wouldn't want to rule out any commercial activity on that 70/20.
Mayor Prodi?
Yes.
Mayor Prodi?
Oh.
Sorry.
I still have a hand up. Go ahead, please.
I want to make a clarification. 70/20 is a bit of an outlier in the sites inventory, or the potential rezone sites, in that we're proposing to rezone it to community commercial. So this is one instance, and that's why we're not seeing a big spike in the unit count. But what the property owner wants is to maintain a commercial use. But as one of the speakers said, there's kind of excess space. You can kind of see it, especially on the just west of the building. There's some excess space there and kind of a lot of parking. And so they want to add residential to the existing development. And so we're not proposing to rezone it to residential where they would create, the market would then become non-conforming. It would allow them to have the mixed use under our local regulations.
Councilmember Carriaco.
2 questions. So it says proposed zoning is community commercial and high density residential. I don't see RH on the map. Can you point to where the RH is?
So Councilmember Carriaco, it'd be on the 60 Calusa site. So the back site would be RH, and the front site 70/20 would be CC.
So just a question, and maybe this is more broadly applicable in getting at some of the things that have been talked about. I mean, could we do an overlay? Could we have it be residential and do an overlay of commercial that would allow to have residential be the base zoning, but then allow for some kind of flexibility to do commercial?
I think we're all saying the same thing, that the site along Kyriel, the one that used to be the Happy Harry store, that would be mixed use with a rezone. Because right now, they can't put housing there. So that's what the rezone to community commercial would allow. And then the back parcel on Calusa would be all high-density residential. So the walkability, the service, the market, the local market, and all that stuff would be just contained in one place, which is, why we had the community commercial there in the front.
I think we're saying almost the same thing. I'm actually talking about allowing a commercial overlay on Calusa so that you could have residential be the base, but if you wanted to incorporate down the road, or possibly as part of a development plan, some commercial, you could have more of a commercial footprint than just on the 70/20 site.
Yes, we've been talking about that too, but if we do an overlay that allows commercial, we can't count it towards lower income because the state won't let us, because it needs to be all for residential.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, Mayor and Councilmember Carriaco, that's going to be a problem for any other site. We understand Commissioner Chapman's comment, and we agree with it, but we have to make sure that we're able to count the maximum residential density, and if we allow commercial on a residential site, we won't.
Understood. So we're not doing motions for each. We're just kind of taking a straw vote of moving forward with this.
Yes, a straw vote on first 60 Calusa and then 70/20 Kyriel would be great for us to know your leanings towards, and, subject to, of course, we know that this isn't a final decision, that this is going to all come back to you as part of one big package of the housing element revisions, but it would help us so that we can get a draft together.
Commissioner Maynard, go ahead.
I'm prepared to move forward with a vote, but I would just have 2 recommendations, and I'll just say this for all of the sites, that based on Frank Arredondo's comments, it would be great if we could have consultation with the Chumash community for all of the sites before we have to vote for them later on the Planning Commission. So I will tentatively support tonight with a hope for further consultation. And then for this site in particular, it seems like there's the density of traffic, but there's also just some really unique circulation issues right at this particular intersection. So if we could ask the Goleta transportation folks to take a look at it just from a circulation perspective right around here, it would be great to hear about that when this comes back to Planning Commission. But with those just sort of general, would love more information at the next meeting, I'm happy to move forward.
All right, we'll work on that, and I did want to flag that we have initiated travel consultation for the general plan amendments, so that's in progress.
Okay. So I'm seeing pretty much a consensus with this one? Okay. All right, good. All right, moving on. Next.
Mayor, just as a point of order, we would want a separate straw vote for Planning Commission and Council, with Planning Commission going first.
Oh, I need to recuse myself from this one.
For just any of these sites that we're looking at. I think we have consensus effectively on those 2 sites, so we can continue. But
Yeah, please.
We don't need to,
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask to provide opportunity for conflict disclosures and recusals on this next one. I'm the only one? Okay, well, I'm recusing myself and turning it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come get you when we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Steph, if you want to proceed with the next one. This is 7264 Calle Real, Kenwood Village.
Sure.
And we have the mayor recuse herself, and then we'll have a presentation.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Richards, this is 7264 Calle Real. We had to look and figure out an address. We tend to know this site as Kenwood Village. There's been an outstanding application on this site for quite a long time for housing. Currently, it's kind of split zone, kind of the top two-thirds, northern two-thirds of the site is single-family residential, and the bottom third is designated and zoned agriculture. So this is a site that, again, there's a current proposed project for housing, but at a lower density than what would be in an RH zone. Under the adopted housing element, we count 28 units on the site. That's for the RS portion. It's 5 units per acre. So we included that, and that's above moderate because it's such a low density. That's the only way you can count it in the housing element. And so with the rezone, we would see 284 units, and that would be counted towards lower income. We have gotten a lot of comments on this site, for and against, including support from the property owner for the rezone. So I imagine we'll hear some more public comments about this site. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions you have about the site.
Councilmember Kiriakou, and then I see Commissioner Fullerton.
Just one question. So because of the way the property is laid out, it seems like the main access would potentially be off of Calle Real to the site, and that's zoned ag. Is there any way to access the site where you could go straight into the residential? Because otherwise, it seems like the ag is like a barrier to getting to the residential.
So Councilmember Kiriakou, if this project went forward solely based on this site, the only access is Calle Real. There is a very odd little strip parcel under the same owner that exit up kind of just north of like the 7-Eleven rounding third site. So there is a potential for another access point if it got developed together.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fullerton?
Thank you. In some of the public comments, there were concerns about parking and concerns that there's not enough parking planned and people would have to park on private streets potentially. But then there were some other public comments saying that wasn't the case. Can we get some clarification on the parking issue for this site?
Commissioner Fullerton, if the project went forward, they'd have to meet our parking standards. I don't know particularly about the proposed project and what the parking numbers were, but we have parking standards that are intended to accommodate the parking demand for development. And so we would apply those to the project like we would any other development in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. A lot of the public comment that we've received and comments I've heard from residents, it's hard, I think, for the everyday person to conceptualize what residential medium density looks like and residential high. And so I think in people's imaginations, that's a very big range. Can you point to an example of a development that's built in the city that is built at high?
While we're getting you those examples, I wanted to flag, density can be misleading when you use one example. And I say that because the site design, the parcel shape, slopes, all of those things really can affect the way that a site is viewed from the road, for example, and also the unit size. So smaller units might have a smaller footprint. Mm-hmm. And bigger units, bigger footprint. And so that, but we'll get you some
with
examples.
That
caveat, we'll get you some examples. And I think like Cortona is an example, Hollister Village.
Those are at
high.
A lot of the recent development is zone medium density. So a lot of the projects we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years are in the medium density. You'll have some higher density out in Elwood and north of Hollister in Old Town are kind of two areas where we've seen a lot of high density, or where that's zoned for high density. Now, the exact number counts, a lot of those sites were developed pre-cityhood, so we don't have the densities handy, but
Sure.
but a lot like the VLC, Village of Los Carneros, Heritage Ridge, Willow Springs, Cortona, Hollister Village, or the residential portion are RM.
Those are all RM.
Correct.
I'm sorry if I'm maybe not getting the answer I need. So what's an example of one that's at RH? Would something like you mentioned in Old Town, so like Villa La Esperanza, is that a higher density?
I think that the sites that are in our affordable housing overlay that were just constructed were the high density, at minimum density of 20 units per acre. And the Willow Springs development, those are in our, the newer one is in our overlay, so that's a minimum density 20 units per acre site.
So those are all 20?
Yeah, a lot of them are right around 20, low 20s. Villa Esperanza is zone medium density, but I know when they did a refurbishment, they need a density bonus, so they're definitely over 20.
A little over 20.
But again, kind of in that low 20s perhaps.
And I'm scrolling back. So when we're looking at RH, what is that minimum density?
So the minimum for these rezones is going to have to be 20. The actual zone right now is 15 to 30, but we're going to have
The minimum is 20.
We're going to have a special rule for these sites. They have to be a minimum of 20 to be counted towards lower income.
And the max is 30.
Correct.
Okay. The other question I have is, we've gotten a lot of comments about ensuring that we actually get affordable units. So this is maybe a variation of a question that's been asked before, but what authority do we have as a council, as a city, to require higher percentages of affordable units with a project beyond what our inclusionary policy is, which is 20%?
I don't think that we, if it's not in our regulations, we can't require additional affordable housing. That said, that's why we have some new programs in our housing element that we're seeking to implement so that we can get more units that are affordable on a site than would otherwise be allowed. And it's a pretty effective tool, that we think, and it's panned out on some projects in the past. So we're hopeful that we can continue to use, grants and connect the developers to those additional funding sources, and that they get things in exchange for it through those, those other programs. And then, that's our affordable housing fees and how those get applied to affordable units. That's also another way to go above and beyond. But your specific question about requiring more, we would probably not be able to do.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard?
Have you taken a look at if the RS was to turn to RM or RH, but the ag was to remain ag? What would those numbers look like for this site?
Commissioner Maynard, I think the RS portion ballparking based on the 28 units we estimated would be like 5.6 acres. So if you did that to RM, 5.6 times 20, a little over 100, with the note that those then wouldn't count towards lower income to help meet our deficit, because if you rezone to moderate income, we don't meet that minimum density required to count those units towards lower income.
And if we're doing RH on the RS but kept the ag as ag, what numbers would we be looking at then?
So it'd be something like 5.6 times 30, 160 something, 170 area, somewhere around there. And then those would count towards lower income.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a similar question about that. So you said it was 5.6 acres for what's currently the RS.
Correct, and that's a rough estimate. That's just based on the 28 we were counting, so that's five times.
And then that would mean the ag area would be how much then? About 4 acres or so?
Somewhere around there. That's
okay.
Ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering actually along those lines, similarly, if we could break it up and look at maybe, and I was kind of thinking the other way around and thinking the ag might be the high density area closer to the street, and then the RS, either keep it RS or make it RM or something. So just a thought, but that would be a possibility to do that then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Oh, yeah.
One more. I know there's a lot of history on this site. I was not on the council when maybe an iteration of this was first considered. So was there in the past a proposed project? And if so, what was the proposed density at that time?
Councilmember Rez Martin, there is still an outstanding proposal on the project that is waiting on water. We don't have the numbers handy. I believe it was proposed to be rezoned to planned residential, which may be like the 12 units per acre. There might be a public speaker that could provide greater clarity on that, who would know the project better than us, but I believe it was in that density range.
In the 12-ish
I believe so.
range. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go to public comment on this.
Okay, I have 6 speaker slips, and if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak on the item for 7264 Calle Real, Kenwood Village, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. My first speaker in person is James Jones.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. James Jones. I've been here in Santa Barbara, Goleta area since 1972, and I practiced family medicine and emergency medicine and was chairman of the Emergency Services Committee at Goleta Valley Hospital for 25 or 30 years. Anyway, I want to enthusiastically support Ken in his project. This is a huge piece of property. If you drive by there, there is no way there's going to be a problem with parking. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. Now, I understood that part that you're saying is ag zoned is actually commercial now. And he's asking that be switched to residential so that the entire property is residential, and perhaps he can shed some light on that. But anyway, this project will be a huge impact on our need for housing, and so I want to endorse your support of that project. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is April Reed.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is April Reed. I live at 15 Baker Lane. I also own 17 Baker Lane, which is right near Kenwood Village. I'm objecting to the rezoning for 284 units or 90 units or whatever number of units is being proposed. I know there's a difference of numbers. I request that you don't rezone the property. It is currently agricultural, not commercial. So it would go from agricultural and single-family housing to duplexes and triplexes, and it just does not fit in with the suburban area that surrounds it. In terms of agriculture, I've lived at that property. My parents own that property since 1966. There have been vegetables that have been grown on the property, and it's been very successful agricultural. There are a lot of animals on the property, and some of them are garden snakes. I have seen them, including at my front door. And the developer has admitted that the snakes are sensitive or on the endangered species list. So that's something to consider. If there's property that's built there, all of these animals are, I'm sorry, but they're going to die, most likely. There's already too much traffic in the area. The developer himself has said the US 101 southbound ramps at Stork Road, quote, exceed the city's acceptable operating standard. That's without all the massive additional traffic. And the Calorial at Baker Lane, Santa Barbara News Press put out an article stating that the site has been the site of fatal incidents, including 2 people killed in car accidents. There have been additional fatalities at that ramp, at that intersection. And it's just going to, I'm sorry, it's going to increase if we have more development. I'm sorry, but in terms of parking, I live there. I don't know if anybody else who's speaking lives there, but it's going to be a nightmare. There's currently scheduled 145 parking spaces for, let's say, 284 units. That's not even 1 car per unit. So if you don't think that people are going to park on private property like Baker Lane, Daffodil, and also not private property, but on Tuolumne and the surrounding areas, you're kidding yourself. And I'm the one that's going to have to bear that burden. I want to say, and I don't mean any disrespect to the developer, but he's already received, I'm almost done, he's already received violations, at least 1 violation for the weeds being over 6 feet tall. And someone caught fire to a telephone pole right behind my house who's hiding in the weeds on a separate occasion because the weeds were too tall. So I think he needs to figure out how to, take care of property before he actually builds in Goleta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ken Alker.
I think I need 6 minutes. I have answers for all these questions, but I came with something prepared, so I'll try to rip through this and maybe there'll be time. My name is Ken Alker. I am owner of the Kenwood Village project located on Calle Real near 7-Eleven between Winchester and Glen Annie. The property was zoned as 100% residential for 43 years from 1958 until 2001. In 2001, approximately 3 acres, and nobody knows what that size is because it was an arbitrary line that was drawn. It is not defined. That small portion at the bottom was rezoned to commercial before Goleta became a city. When I purchased a property, I asked the city council what they wanted to see on the property, and I was told at the time that they wanted 100% housing because Goleta needs homes and we don't need more commercial strip malls, bars, gas stations, laundromats, dog kennels, or convenience stores along Calle Real. So by popular demand, I applied to make the entire property residentially zoned like it was for the first 43 years. The property is vacant. It's referred to as infill, meaning that it's bordered in the north and east by single-family residential units and on the west by a higher density condominium project called the Brookside Condominiums. It is bordered on the south by Calle Real. It has commercial amenities, or it's close, I should say, to commercial amenities. And schools, and it has been slated and zoned for housing since 1958. A little bit about myself. I went to UCSB and graduated with a degree in electrical and computer engineering in 1989. I bought a house in Goleta, raised my kids there. I've lived in Goleta my entire adult life. Goleta is my home. I am not a developer. I am just a local business owner who needs employee housing. I own 2 businesses in Goleta, and I employ many people. We have always struggled with hiring local talent and retaining employees due to the housing issues. I brought people in from out of town to have them last a few months and quit because they can't find housing at all or they can't afford the rent or the mortgage payments. These days, it's getting harder and harder to find a local workforce due to the shortage of housing. Additionally, it really bothers me that our adult children are unable to afford the homes that we were able to afford when we moved here, and they can't stay where they grew up. I bought Kenwood Village nearly 16 years ago in order to create housing that my employees and children can afford. I've been working with the city of Goleta all that time to create a project that works for the community at large. I'm very excited and appreciative that my land was selected for a rezone to help Goleta meet its housing numbers set by the state, and I'm just as ready today to get a project off the ground as I was 16 years ago. As mentioned, this land is already surrounded by housing and is a perfect infill project to create the homes Goleta needs for workers and families so they can live where they work and not commute from Lompoc or Ventura. I know the city is looking to quickly address the housing deficit, and I'm excited that developing the Kenwood property is back on the table. I'm ready to work with the city to quickly revise the Kenwood Village project description to make a great project come to light as fast as possible. That's it. I can answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay. Our next public speaker is Tony Vallejo.
Hi, everybody. I won't do the whole thing I did last time. You know who I am. I'm representing the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, and we're here. One of the 3 sites we identified is the Kenwood site. And part of that is because this is a need we have right now. You know, I know this is supposed to be a future-looking document. I know we're not planning for just today. But sites like this that are ready to go and have a developer who's, sorry, he's not a developer, he's a business owner, sorry, Ken. But that has a property owner who's ready to get going as soon as you'll let him, are ideal to help the kids and the people in the community that need housing now. We feel like Kenwood is a great choice. As Ken said, it's surrounded by other properties, residential properties, so it is we would consider an infill property. We think it'll be ideal for high-density housing, which is a crucial need we have right now. And we know that Mr. Alker has been trying to get this project off the ground and is anxious to get started. And we're anxious for you guys to let him. I don't know what else to say except the Chamber's really excited about the possibility of this property finally getting to go to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Dean Gaston.
Hello. I'm very much in favor for developing this property. The major reason for that is that we need desperately affordable housing. I have lived here in Santa Barbara for about 45 years now. I started a number of business, and I could not really expand those business because lack of affordable houses. So, you know, I don't want to say much about, I mean, it's very obvious that we do need high-density housing like the one that Ken is suggesting, because that is not going to solve the problem, but it's going to alleviate somewhat that problem. So I hope that you really endorse that project and you approve the development. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final public speaker for this item is Richard Foster.
The big problem with so much of this stuff is that by the time it gets done, most of it ends up not being affordable or low income. Size, bulk, and scale answer, Cortona Court's on 8.8 acres. There's 176 units. This thing is 9.8 acres, 9.82, and we're talking 284. So look at Cortona, imagine that at 50% bigger. You got a good idea on the same size parcel. I'm not sure why you want to dump 28% of your proposed house sites all in the El Llano Heights on a road that's not particularly all that great into an intersection that's dysfunctional that you can't really do much about because it's all Caltrans controlled. There was an EIR for this project, and actually his 60-unit project is up from 2016. If you want to build something right away, get them water and go ahead and build it. You've built 60 units in Goleta, but they're not going to be low-income units unless he wants to sell them as low-income units. But the EIR for the 60-unit project cited problems with the substandard quality of Calle Real Avenue, having narrow or no shoulders, cited the problem that would actually take the whole intersection up at Glen Historic and degrade it one full notch. And we're talking an EIR that was done 8 years ago. It also mentioned hydrology problems because the property borders up on the El Encanto Creek. As far as using it for low income or very low income housing, they're going to shop at 7-Eleven in the liquor store. You're not really giving any thought to the livability of what you're creating. As far as size, bulk, and scale, it does not conform to the neighborhood. This project, far more, there's confusion what projects are actually up. He doesn't have a 294 unit project proposed, developed. He does have a 60 unit project proposed. You could go with that. You want to provide some housing. It doesn't bail you out on your shortage of planning on it. The 10-foot strip that was referred to as could be another access. That's not wide enough for an access strip, and I believe Mr. Alker said he had offered it as a easement, a walk to the city to take over as a pedestrian walk as part of the originally proposed development. 284 units there is not what you would call a perfect infill. It'd be like dropping a giant turd in a small neighborhood. It's the guy in the pool or whatever. That it's way higher than anything. It's going to be way higher than any of these. It's going to be poor access. If you do want to go with another development there, the city should be required to put the stub out street from Tuolumne through all the way down to Caireal, because the currently proposed project that's waiting has a private gate there where those people can exit into El Encanto Heights, but El Encanto Heights can't go through it because it would be a private residential street. So pretty much we're talking a development here that is geared solely to the benefit of the owner and whatnot, and he's free to develop his property, but I would say that 284 is way too much. Find some other places to do it. Move forward with his 60 units. He's already paid the money for the development fees and for the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
And we have no, oh, sorry.
Permission to speak to this because I spoke about 4 issues
Sure.
I wanted to bring up on specific parcels. I didn't realize I needed to put a separate speaker slip in on all the other parcels I wanted to talk on.
Yes. And for anyone else that's listening, if you want to speak to any item, just put in a speaker slip for each item, but you can come up. Thank you.
I will do that for the others. This is one of the parcels, Michael Bennett. I'm speaking on transportation in this regard, transportation circulation. Ken knows this very well. Ken and I go way back on this as an issue. And I had spoken to Caltrans, spoken to our Department of Public Works when I was here, about creating a slip on and off ramp for traffic. This is the last opportunity that we're going to have to benefit El Encanto Heights on circulation. Because if this goes away and we don't utilize those 3 acres, and that was an estimate that Caltrans gave me with no specificity because it has to be engineered, they had to look at it, but they didn't oppose it. They said, yeah, no, this will solve the issue of exiting to get onto the Stork Glen Annie off-ramp. It'll help reduce some of those impacts that everybody lives with. And so as a consequence, this is where I came forward to suggest that this might be something to be looked at. The response I got back from Caltrans wasn't an opposition. It was, we don't have any money. We don't have any money. And I continued to bring it up as I sat on SBCAG. And I sat on there for 9 years, long time with no money. But in any case, as I say, Ken's very much aware of this. I'm totally in support of the top acreage. We usually talked in terms of 6 acres and 3 acres, but I'm guessing the figures are slightly off. And then the comment about that little space that's up on the top that's like a crescent, you know what that is? That's historical. That's the original right-of-way of the railroad when the railroad terminated at Elwood Station before the coastal route was connected. Tremendous history here in Goleta because that's all the lemons and the walnuts, for example, were transported, was on rail. So I just make mention that to you. It's not free. As far as I know, I haven't checked it. I did way back when, but I haven't checked it now. It, in fact, was something that there is an easement there. Why it's still left, I have no idea, but it doesn't take much of imagination to know why Tuolumne also is a radius and that nobody infilled that with all the development that's to the south of it that's already occurred. Interesting, I think. But anyway, it is the truth. That is, in fact. And if you go to Hollister Village, you will see in the parking lot and through the driveways, there's 2 distinct
bricks that are laid side by side, the width of a rail, and it goes through the entire complex, between buildings, down the driveways, under the carports, and you can see where it would have gone through that property. Just an example. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no more speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Back to council and commissioners.
I don't have any questions, but I'm happy to go into deliberations.
Yes. A question? Yes.
I guess I do have a question. Since a lot of this, we're looking at that deficit that we have and, excuse me, the math and the numbers working out. Can you, just for my information, if this was instead proposed at residential medium, how does that change that number?
Councilmember Reyes Martin, it dropped by a third because we used the max density for the zone. So it'd go from assumption of 30 to assumption of 20. And then we wouldn't count it towards lower income. We would not count it towards lower income because that range will be 15 to 20 units per acre. So it doesn't meet that floor of 20 units per acre anymore.
Even if it's built at 20, we couldn't count those?
When they're built, we'll count them towards our progress towards meeting our arena, but this upfront calculation, we won't count it towards lower income anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Kiriakou.
Okay. So I think this is where we have to start making tough choices. And when it comes to this parcel, there's things you can do through zoning, and then there's things you can do through design, and you can do through the project delivery process. And I think we can accomplish feathering the densities throughout the lot to have the higher parts of density for the project towards the frontage, and then maybe lessen the densities later in the project further up the parcel, and still accomplish the goals of having residential high density. And you can design the project in such a way that it still meets our parking standards. So I'm ultimately not persuaded that the proposed parking for a prior submitted project that is a different project should impact the thinking about whether or not this gets rezoned or not. And I think the fact that it's a vacant site, and we know how the state feels about vacant sites versus non-vacant sites, ultimately persuades me with a minor amount of trepidation to just support going with the staff recommendation for this parcel.
I guess.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just reminded of how one speaker had observed that we really want the employers to be building housing for their employees. Well, here's an example. And so, yeah, I guess, it's, we have a challenge, and we can't, this is, I guess I'll end up supporting it because we need to. Anyway.
Maybe this is another question. So with rezoning, that doesn't eliminate a few projects need to go through our regular process. So DRB, Planning Commission, when we actually have a project. Because I know I'm very sensitive to, being in a single family, being surrounded by a single family residential, and the concerns that I think that the neighbors, very rightly have about what could possibly happen here. What does that look like? What opportunities will I have as a resident to comment and give input? So this process doesn't do away with any of that.
Typically, no. There may be some instances under state law where a project with high affordability levels, like higher than our inclusionary, can qualify for streamlined review. But unless they qualify in that way, the normal procedures would apply.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a sort of a comment and a question. When it comes to vehicle traffic impacts from developments, is it a consideration in our modeling sort of the jobs housing imbalance that we have here in Goleta? And I imagine when a new development is built, a lot of people that move into that are local workers, and versus kind of commuting on the 101. Is that a consideration? Would you know sort of how that would affect a site like this?
Commissioner Chapman, without going into too much detail, under CEQA, the analysis changed a few years ago for transportation impacts from level of service, which looks at intersection impacts, really, like your queuing times, to vehicle miles traveled. And so there's certain assumptions about vehicle miles traveled as a baseline, and I think in some instances residential reduces vehicle miles traveled because of those imbalances, but I don't want to say with certainty how that would play out. But the way we look at transportation, certainly under CEQA, has changed and does consider kind of a complicated model of where people might be traveling.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner?
So many thoughts on this one. So one thing I would ask as a homework for staff is looking into some of the historical issues that Michael Bennett had raised in his public comments. I would love to, before voting on this as a planning commissioner, hear more about the historical resources and if there's anything else we should be aware of just from that perspective. But that doesn't necessarily have to be answered tonight. I do struggle as a planning commissioner. And somebody spent a lot of time, I keep thinking back to Greg Jenkins' comments of compatibility with a neighborhood size, and some of the things that sort of as an early planning commissioner, compatibility with neighborhood size, bulk, scale, harmonious relationship, those types of things that sort of we learned right away as planning commissioners. But with the new state laws, there's very little ability to pursue that. There's very little ability to continue to have that. And still meet these goals. And so I struggle with what's needed to meet our housing goals, what's needed to maintain local control. I mean, I think that's one of the things we're sort of talking a lot about is how do we at least have a little bit of ability to push on feathering at the edges and transitions between the high density residential and the lower density residential single family housing. How do we try to advocate for more funding for highway slip on and slip off ramps? How do we ask for these different things in developer projects? Well, if these projects don't come before planning commission, if they don't come before city council, we don't get to talk about any of those things. And so we have to find a way to meet the RENA requirements and to stay in compliance, or we don't get to be involved in any of these conversations. And so I think the balance of trying to maintain local control means finding some ways to support high density residential. And that's tough, but I think it is something that we have to take a look at. I do know when we were working on the zoning ordinance that we do have transition standards. So within 20 feet of a residential single-family housing district, the maximum building height is 25 feet. But from this point, the building height may be increased 1 foot for each additional foot of upper story building setback. So that's section 1707-050 of the Title 17 zoning ordinance. But that's something that we can look at too. There are some transitional standards that will have to be followed, including if it was done as builder remedy. So we have some of those things we fought for in the zoning ordinance, and it'll help us out here. My tendency would be to support the transition from RS to RH. I would like to consider potentially splitting and having some of the agricultural land supported in the front. I could see, and I guess one question I would have is, like, would an allowable use on agricultural land be an access road into the RH? Could, like, the site access be supported? That could maybe be something we'd look into further. Or could some of the a smaller portion of the ag be rezoned to allow for access? So those are some things to take a look at. But I think at least a significant portion of this property needs to be RH.
I actually have a follow-up question to that. Is it in our purview to divide up a parcel to one particular parcel and have it zoned differently?
I think so. I mean, if you give us that instruction, but actually, let's ask Veronica on this. Veronica, how would HCD treat one parcel with split zoning? Would we still be able to count the higher density residential at whatever that density is, and then assume that there would be a lot would be created?
If you're doing just split zoning, that's okay. If you're trying to do an overlay, then HCD wants to be very specific where exactly that overlay stops. So, but if you're just doing split zoning, that's, I don't think they have an opinion on that.
In general, Mayor Pro Tem, split zoning is not desired. That's not something that we would recommend, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Could you say more on the cons of that?
Well, it just makes planning of a project on that site that much more difficult if you have to essentially meet two different standards.
Okay, Councilmember Kasdan?
Well, two things. I mean, one is it might be more challenging for planning, but in particular, our exercise is what will HCD support, and how does it play out with regard to that? I mean, are we still, will presenting it, will they accept it, or is it problematic as far as getting our target?
From what Ms. Tam said, it sounds like it is acceptable.
Okay. And I was just curious, do you guys know what Michael Bennett was describing, the slip, in highway? Is that the bridge that we were across?
We didn't. That's the kind of information that we would look at for a project-specific analysis, and maybe it's there and we're just not aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah, the case planner, for example, is not here for that site.
All right, thank you. Just curious.
I believe that refers to an on and off ramp on one side of the freeway, but it doesn't have a bridge to go over.
Yeah, I just don't know. So it would be an off-ramp off
Like
of
Arriaga.
101 onto Cairreal?
Like
I don't think
Arriaga.
we've ever...
Yes. Okay, I think we'll move on. I just wanted to say I had a comment about this, and I just want to repeat what I had said earlier, with regard to splitting it. And I personally think that it would make more sense to have the southerly portion of it more high density, keeping the northerly portion a lower density. And I know that Councilmember Carriaco, I believe you mentioned something along those lines, but then at the end you said that you still supported the staff recommendation to rezone the entire thing to high density. Did I get that right?
Let me be more clear. So you have a parcel. You can concentrate more units in one part of the parcel and fewer units in the rest of the parcel and still meet 20 units per acre over the whole parcel. So what I'm saying is you could have more density in the front and less density in the back and still arrive at the same number and do that within high density residential. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, and I think my concern, and I appreciate that, but the fact that there are two different parcels and there's a lot, I'm looking at that number, and 284 is a very large number, for this neighborhood in my mind. It's a large impact, and when we start looking at, one of the concerns that I have in this exercise is, spreading the pain out throughout the city, and there are certain areas of the city that seem to have more projects, but when you look at the numbers, this is definitely the 284 is the largest of any of the single properties that we're looking at.
Yeah.
So as in my mind, to reduce that impact on that area by splitting it up, we still may be able to achieve a large number of the low and very low housing that we would need through the high density if we split it into part of that, and that it brings the overall density of that area down, but still gives us a portion of that would help to be applied to the housing standards.
Can I just briefly respond?
Yes, please.
So yeah, I know you didn't mean it like this, but I mean, it's not an exercise in spreading pain, but it is an exercise in making sure we're balancing housing and the associated positive and negative impacts of housing, just like any other kind of land use has positive and negative impacts. I can support what you're saying. I just want to acknowledge that means we're going to need to find it through other probably vacant sites elsewhere that are not on this list. And I don't want to talk about specifics, but if I don't want to block consensus, if there's a consensus that we should kind of do a mix of higher density and less than high density, I'm willing to support that so we keep this process moving. We're on hour 3 now.
Okay, Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, I guess, first, in the way of disclosures, I did meet with Ken Elkers, and he presented on it, and I don't know if we're doing that sort of thing, but when he did present on it, that is the project that you described, the project that he indicated he was doing, as I recall, did have it like a heavier concentration, a heavier density in the front part of it, and then a lighter density in the remaining part, and that was the intent of his presentation. That was the plan that he had, and I don't know if that gives any consolation that it's going to be distributed in a way to be less impactful, but that was the plan that he had, and I don't know if there's a need or a desire, if that consoles anyone, if he were able to commit to it in some fashion or another, if that would give some sort of sense of comfort, but for what it's worth.
I just want to add, I think something that Commissioner Maynard pointed out really gets to the heart for me of what one of the lenses that I'm using to evaluate all of these sites is we need to get to certification to try to preserve as much local control as we possibly can, given the reality of state legislation and the threats of ramifications if we don't. So that is something that I just keep coming back to. We've got to get to certification to try to preserve the questions about, size, bulk, and scale, compatibility, to the extent that we can. So that is something I keep continuing to remind myself of. And I do appreciate that we have exactly what we've talked about, a local business owner who is stepping up to be part of this situation that we find ourselves in and that every city finds themselves in. So for that reason, I do support the staff recommendation in order to preserve that so that we can have those conversations when we have an actual project before us.
Close to a straw poll.
Oh, I see 2 more hands. So, Commissioner Chapman?
I just want to add that I support using the design review process to address the sort of architectural concerns rather than a split zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Given the level of controversy of this project, can I ask that we actually just have everybody do a final comment on where they end on this vote? Because I think we've had a lot of good back and forth conversation. We haven't heard from everybody, and rather than just a hands up, hands down, I think given the level of controversy around this, I think it's important we hear from everybody.
Okay. Shall we just start?
I say yes. I say yes on the rezone for this property.
The staff recommendation?
The staff recommendation, yes.
Thank you.
I think I just shared my thoughts that I support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Would you mind if I hear from other folks that haven't spoken on the vote?
How about Fullerton? Commissioner Fullerton?
Yeah, I support the staff recommendation as well.
As have I.
Okay.
I also support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And I'm kind of leaning, I shared my opinion, but I would support it if everyone else was, so I won't hold it up with that, but. And
So I'll then say that I have been convinced by my colleagues to follow the staff recommendation here.
does staff have what they need with that? We don't,
Yes.
okay. All right, thank you. And
So we can move on to the next slide, or if you're
we
ready.
need to have the mayor back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone else?
Yeah, does anyone else have a recusal on the next slide, which is 7190 Hollister?
And there are no conflicts on this one.
Okay, yeah, this is 7190 Hollister.
If you got contacted by our attorney, then you know you have to recuse yourself. If you didn't hear from her,
I'm
then
just
you're okay.
confused on the,
71 versus a different.
I'm fine.
All right, so we'll just wait until the mayor,
Hey, here, let.
we have someone going to get her. Someone's going to get her. Mm. Uh-oh.
Okay, let me pull up where we are.
All right, I think we can get started here on the 7190 Hollister presentation. Andy will start that off.
Thank you. So we got 7190 Hollister Ave. This is kind of a little further west from the Hollister Village area. I'm kind of across from the Plaza Shopping Center. This is the western of 3 adjacent parcels under the same ownership. This site is in our inventory for the back half that we treat as vacant medium density residential. So you see under current zoning, we count some lower income units. We can count medium density for lower income if it's already zoned that. So in this instance, the RM gets counted, but CG does not allow multifamily. So the front portion doesn't count for anything currently under our adopted housing element. And so what would be considered here is a rezone of the full site to RH. So that would kind of increase the capacity on the backside as a vacant site, and then we would treat the front side now as underutilized and zoned RH. There is a church on the site, but we would be looking at that for potential future development on all the site or even just the backside with a higher density residential. And we did receive a comment from the property ownership group requesting that this site be included, but also the 2 adjacent sites which are in the alternatives list. So they may speak to that, and we didn't receive any other comments on that site. And this site alone, we would count 100 lower income units should it be rezoned to RH.
Madam Mayor, because the alternative sites are adjacent to this site, it might make sense to discuss them all together.
All at one time, it makes sense. Okay.
With that in mind, Veronica, if you want to move to the, let's see what slide it is. Yeah.
It's slide 27.
Right, so these are eloquently titled the parcels to the east of 7190 Hollister, as they don't have an address. So this would be an additional like 6.9 acres, so pretty big site. And similar to the site to the west, the back half of these 2 sites are already included as vacant medium density residential. So you see there's already a pretty good count, 82 lower income units under the, kind of the baseline. But with rezoning, we would see on these 2 parcels a total of 205 lower income. So again, we have one comment. We've received one comment on kind of these sites combined with the desire to have them all included. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Kyriakou.
So just a clarification for me. So I know there's some concern that when you look at the entire site in its totality, that there is some city designated ESHA on part of the property. Now, setting aside for the moment whether the ESHA is still there, if it was there at one time and isn't there anymore, why is that? And even setting aside city policies for how we treat ESHA in terms of trying to restore it and preserve it and bring it back whenever possible. For purposes of what we're trying to accomplish today, which is get an approved housing element, and given that the conversation is really about whether or not this is a place to put people, is ESHA by itself on the property a reason alone to not include it from a planning perspective, not include it on the site inventory at all for a higher zoning designation? Or I'm thinking about like Heritage Ridge, where we had some ESHA issues and we kind of resolved those through the project delivery process.
Yeah, so when there's ESHA on a site, because you have to do your biosurvey and you'll identify whether or not there's ESHA, even if the general plan map doesn't identify ESHA on the site, you still need to do the biosurvey. And if there's ESHA, then you design your site around the ESHA and the buffer. And so the larger the site, like Heritage Ridge, for example, the more you can shape the project around that ESHA and buffer, or build it into even into your site design. So, but a project by itself, a parcel by itself, we don't know where the ESHA is. We don't know what the buffer is on that ESHA. We don't know the status of any ESHA. So it's hard to have that discussion.
Okay. So
here.
it's really about more housing, yay or nay, and in what quantity?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, I think we had mentioned before that the zoning ordinance allows for ESHA if there is ESHA on a property, that it doesn't reduce the overall net allowance of how much can be built on that. So even if you take the ESHA out, it doesn't reduce the amount that can be built. That can be built on the remaining portion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, and that really came out of looking at sites the first time around. Is particularly with all of our creeks, a lot of parcels have ESHA. And so we really needed to kind of figure out how do we protect the ESHA, but still give the capacity of the site as much as we can for housing. So that's correct. You would kind of design around it and maybe go denser in one part of the site while maintaining your preservation of the resource.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Keston.
So I guess we had the candidate site, and then the other half were these other western site or eastern sites. And if you look at the past 10, 15 years, every view shed along that area in western Goleta has been closed off, has been built over. There's nothing else left except this unit. And we have a general plan that's supposed to include a specific section on viewshed corridor, scenic resources, including the view from Hollister to the mountains. I guess my question is, how could this possibly be consistent with the goals and the spirit of that chapter in the general plan? If we, you can go from we had the hotel, the Hilton Garden, which had a magnificent view, that's gone. You could look at Hollister Village, the view shed from there, that's gone. You can go down the road to all the different situations, and this is the unique and remaining one that's there. So while on the one hand, I could see the value of building behind the Jubilee Church there, because it is already blocked, but the piece that remains next to it, that's where I can't see how it's consistent with the spirit of the general plan. And, well, let me add, do you have a comment? And then I have a couple of other questions.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kasdan, that's something for the council to consider. That's a valid consideration to preserve a view corridor. And our recommendation is really it's not based specifically on that. It's recognizing that we want to balance new development throughout the city, and this would concentrate development in one location. But this is purely for the council's deliberation and the commission's deliberation, of course, at the same time.
And I guess, well, the other is, I mean, ESHA matters somewhat. This is one of the areas where we know we have ESHA, and I've spoken to other people, EDC, for instance, and they have specifically highlighted that this is an area with ESHA. So I guess then, and also as far as traffic goes, you know, it's hard to think there's a lot of places where there's bad traffic consequences. This is going to be one of them, because you're already talking about 100 on one side, and then what is it on the other side? The eastern side would be another 200. I mean, there's only so much you can pack into one corridor of the city, and sticking the whole, all of our housing all along that corridor and on Hollister is inappropriate, unfair, and I'm disappointed actually to see that. So that's my comments for now.
Councilmember, okay, Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you. So I know we haven't done a full biological study, and we don't know how the ESHA currently stands, but we do know what's currently mapped. And so my question for you is, among these three parcels, what percentage roughly of each of the parcels is currently mapped ESHA? Is it the majority, a small portion? Can you give us any sense of where the amount of each of these parcels that is mapped ESHA?
We're looking that up right now, so we can give you a percentage or approximate.
I'll ask you an easier question while you're looking that one up. So there was some talk before, a number of public commenters mentioned about trying to find nonprofit and government partners where we could build on those properties where they might lean more towards getting true affordable housing, partnerships with local housing authorities. I note that Jubilee Church is on one of these spaces. Has there been any conversation with the church about pursuing a truly affordable partnership with a housing authority, or are we anticipating this being a more traditional commercial build-out?
We have not engaged in conversations with the Jubilee Church, but they are in a community commercial zone district, so there's they could have additional buildings on that site where it's vacant and designated community commercial.
So the property owner is not Jubilee Church, it's a different property owner?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the ESHA question?
Yeah, so I'm not going to attempt to give a percentage, but the furthest western of the three parcels is really not constrained particularly with mapped ESHA. The middle site is the most constrained, and then the eastern site, it's kind of ESHA along the western boundary. There's kind of a wetland riparian kind of in between the eastern and central parcels. So that would be kind of probably the most challenging design feature for what's mapped right now.
Okay. That would lean me towards supporting the far west and far east sites and not supporting the central site.
Any other comments? Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I have a question, and I'm sorry if this is a little facetious, but just to do kind of a math check. So in the staff report, the deficit that we're trying to fill is 540, and then you add a 15% buffer, so 637, right? Is what we're aiming for?
Correct.
At least. Mm-hmm. So if I look at the table of the candidate sites that we're going through right now, assuming we supported everything on this table, that's 998. So there's already a pretty big buffer even with this candidate site for properties with the table.
For the overall arena.
For the overall.
But we're in much better shape.
You're focused on the 7-11.
Yeah, we're in much better shape for the overall. It's really the low that we're most concerned with.
So this full table, the 7-11, is what I should be kind of focusing on, and we need to at least get 637.
That's right.
So since we've jumped to kind of also considering these two parcels on the, is it alternative sites? Was that the word that we were using? If we were to support all three parcels, that's an additional 205 at lower. So that gives us more buffer is what I'm trying to get at as we go through the rest of this list. Am I understanding that?
That's correct. That'd be additive to the 7-Eleven.
That's my question. So I think it's helpful to see where we're at as we go through each of these parcels. Thank you.
And Ms. Wells, you are keeping track of where we're at, right?
Yes.
Thought so. Any other, Councilmember Chapman? I mean, Commissioner Chapman. I promoted him again. Again, what's that mean? Oh.
Is the reason that these are kind of being considered separately is just because one of them, the most westernmost lot, is paved and built up, and the other two are vacant and have a lot more vegetation and things like that? Is that why we're kind of considering them separately?
Madam Mayor and Commissioner Chapman, it's really just to, again, not concentrate development in one location in the city. So that was the intent, was to keep intensity of development spread out and respecting Councilmember Kasdan's comments.
Thank you.
Should we ask for public comment now? Okay, why don't we do that?
I have a speaker slip for Derek Weston, and Daniel Hockman has asked to concede his time to Derek.
That's fine.
Okay.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Derek Weston. So first of all, thank you very much for considering these together. The three parcels are owned slightly different ways. The Hockman-Gersh family owns the parcel to the west that has a building that's being used as a church. Our families together own various pieces of the rest. But Daniel and I have been working on trying to do something constructive with these properties for some 50 years. And during this entire time, we've always been convinced and remain convinced that the best way to use these properties is if they're master planned as a single whole. So I really appreciate it that you're allowing us to discuss them all together. My comments really pertain, for the most part, to all of the properties. So the property that had a commercial building now used by the church is a little over 3 acres. I think it's 3.7 acres. To the left in the middle is a parcel. It's about 4 acres that has the ESH questions, which I will address. And Mark De La Garza should be online with a request to speak on Zoom, and he'll be able to answer all your questions directly. It's our understanding that all 3 of these parcels were recommended for higher density zoning, 30 units to the acre. And then pretty recently, maybe in the last week or so, for reasons unknown to us, these 2 parcels were removed. It's our understanding that was not a staff recommendation, not a formal action by City Council or Planning Commission, and we think all 3 should be considered. One of the enormous advantages to considering these properties together is it allows you to do master planning. An argument I like to make is that the Camino Real Marketplace is beautiful, in my view, really gorgeous development, because the entire 83 acres was master planned together. And if we master plan these 10 acres, we will best be able to deal with the traffic issues, the environmental issues to the extent they exist, view corridor issues, because massing can be moved around. And the most obvious case is that Pacific Oaks comes from the south and then stops at Hollister Avenue. And where it is located is right between the property line between the parcel to the west and the middle parcel. So if the parcels are not master planned, there's no good way to have access onto the Jubilee parcel that also accommodates the adjacent parcel. What Daniel and I have always thought, and we've discussed this with people more knowledgeable than we are, that extending Pacific Oaks or something like Pacific Oaks onto the property, right across that property line with a kind of a keyhole, then gives you access to all of the 10 acres without having additional curb cuts or anything that affects Hollister Avenue. So that's among our reasons for appreciating that you're discussing these together. I think you understand the obvious things, that this is an infill property. It is It has the advantage that it doesn't have adjacencies that would create problems with a residential development affecting adjacent properties. Right now, all three are zoned for the front portion to be commercial. I think we all know that there's not a need for additional commercial in this area. Having housing in the back and commercial at the front would probably have more traffic impact than appropriately designed housing project, especially if it's master planned for the entire property. This is wonderful because it has the bus stops. You can walk and bike across the street to incredible commercial facilities, which will have less impact than other areas that are developed for housing. So housing has to go somewhere. We all know that. I like it, but like it or not, it has to go somewhere. I think there are really significant advantages to building on the existing corridor, despite the constraints that we all know exist. Besides the view corridor question that Councilmember Caston has raised, the only objection that we have heard to these properties being used for fairly high density zoning is a concern about environmental impacts. And it's, Mark De La Garza will address this in a couple minutes. But several years ago, Daniel and I arranged to have Mark do a very detailed study of this property. And the reality is that the ESH is just not actually there. It's our understanding that the ESH designation was done from an aerial survey. He has done on-the-ground work in both wet and dry seasons. He will address it. What we believe, he believes, that there is no coastal sage, no significant environmental habitat to be protected. There's even a question whether there's a realistic water habitat because it's been modified. So we have submitted to staff a copy of Mark De La Garza's report. We haven't formally filed an application, but that would be considered in connection with any kind of a project. We do think there is an enormous need for housing that's affordable, and the only way to achieve it is by having a density of probably close to 30 units an acre. So we look forward to working with staff. I wanted to begin all of this by saying you all have your work cut out for you, and I'm very impressed by the work that staff has done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have Mark De La Garza on the Zoom webinar, and if there are any other members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. De La Garza, if you would please accept the prompts that are on your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Mark De La Garza. I'm with Watershed Environmental. I'm a consulting professional biologist. I've been working here in Santa Barbara County for over 25 years. As Mr. Weston stated, I was hired to do biological surveys of the property and a formal wetland delineation of the water courses that are cut across the property. The Goleta Community Plan policies have identified about 2.36 acres of environmentally sensitive habitat, primarily, as mentioned, on the two properties, adjacent properties to the east. And that includes 1.56 acres of riparian marsh vernal pool and about 0.8 acre of sage scrub / dune / bluff scrub. During the performance of my surveys, we only found 0.7 acre of actual area that met the ESHA criteria. And that included 0.2 acre of arroyo willow riparian wetlands and about 0.50 acre of coast live oak riparian woodlands. So I would urge the City Council to consider these two adjacent properties to the east. There's a lot less environmentally sensitive habitat on these properties than what was originally identified in the Goleta Community Plan. And I think that there are opportunities there to do a combination of development and some valuable habitat restoration on these sites. This is the vegetation out there that was mapped as coastal sage scrub is really coyote brush scrub vegetation, which most of you are probably familiar with from work on the Willow Springs and the Heritage Ridge properties, and as to why those did not meet the city's criteria to be classified as ESH. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, I'll just start by saying I think that, I read the letter that was submitted by the applicants and I heard their testimony, and I think that they make a good argument that keeping the 3 parcels together makes sense. If you look at the map of the area, it's not shown on this slide, but where Pacific Oaks Road comes out immediately to the south, it's right in that center parcel. I mean, it comes right to it. I think it would make sense from a planning perspective to be able to continue the road, or at least have a light for a driveway that would connect it and allow the overall development of those 3 parcels to be looked at as a whole. I think it would make more sense to develop it as a whole rather than piece it up and have different kinds of development on that. Just from a planning perspective, I think that makes the most sense to me. With regard to some of the other concerns, I understand viewshed is important. I understand ESHA is important. But that's what we have a strong zoning code for. Like, that's what our zoning code is meant to do. Our zoning code protects ESHA. Our zoning code protects setbacks from creeks. Our zoning code addresses view sheds. So these are all things I think that can be discussed and planned for through the planning process. And we won't allow, it to be built on ESHA. I mean, even if we accept, I understand that there might be some challenge by the owners, or, some question about whether the mapped ESHA is correct. But even if we take it at face value and just assume that all the mapped ESHA is the ESHA that's on there, they won't be able to build on the ESHA. So, in terms of our exercise here, I think it makes sense to allow us to continue moving forward with this, knowing that, they're not going to be able to build on the ESHA. Even the last one that we looked at, the Kenwood Village, has a creek on the western side of that. So, we have a zoning code that, provides for appropriate setbacks from that creek. So we won't allow them to build on that either. So I think for those reasons, it makes sense to look at these 3 parcels together, and whether or not we want to look at high density for all of them, or keep one high density and look at others medium. But I do think that we should look at all 3 together.
Councilmember Keston.
Yeah, can you turn to the map of all the projects that you're proposing, the potential alternative and candidate ones?
Veronica, if you could turn to the slide that includes the candidate list, probably the one at the beginning of the presentation's easier, where the candidate sites. Oh, you want the map? The map. Yeah, the map's early on in the presentation.
So if you look at it right now, you can see where the parcels to the east of 7190 and all the others. And as you look, you'll see the overwhelming bulk of the projects that we're talking about are in one concentrated area. If you add up the number of units that we're talking about, it's in one concentrated area. This road already is extremely crowded. The staff has had presentations where they've talked about potentially adding lanes to it. This would be an area right now where we have dense traffic right in front of the by Pacific Oaks. That we're going to add all of the projects essentially we're going to add into this one area, this one narrow strip, I think is inappropriate. When you look at the prior development that's happened over the past 10 years, like I said, Hollister Village, the Hideaway, it's all along this corridor. And now we're going to go again to the same well to add the projects there again. I don't think it's, you're not distributing it fairly, and I don't think that assuming that just because you can do something there, we should do something there. We know it's violating the spirit of anything associated with the view shed. If you look at the view by Hollister Village, you don't see mountains. If you look at the view for the Hideaway, you don't see mountains. If you look at the Hilton Garden, you don't see mountains. So I don't know how it's going to be planned away or something like that. And, you know, I mean, if we know this ESHA on the eastern side, why are we zoning it to build housing there? I'm okay with putting in the housing behind the church. There's not a view shed that we're destroying. And when we get to these other projects, 35 Elwood Station next and others, I'm okay. But I think, there's a point where I draw the line. And so this is where I've watched all the developments take place over the past 10 years. And this is, as I said, sort of the unique and remaining view corridor along in western Goleta for the mountains along Hollister. And that is specifically called out in our general plan. So if where it goes, I won't support, obviously, having this, but I won't support the whole project, this whole thing, if this is included. Thank you.
I think Councilmember Kyriakou had his
Thank you,
hand.
Madam Mayor.
And I'll call you.
There's a lot to unpack there, and I guess what I would say, I think we should continue to look at these one at a time, and decisions on one do not necessarily indicate decisions on others. I agree that Western Goleta, just speaking very generally, Western Goleta has had a fair amount of growth, has had some significant growth. I could also point to other parts of Goleta, since the city's general plan was adopted, Sumida Gardens, villages at Los Carneros, Winslow, which was called Old Town Village at one time. So, I mean, I think there's been development in other parts of Goleta too. It hasn't all been in the western part, but if you live in Western Goleta, I understand it's going to feel a certain way, and if all the development going forward is sited in Western Goleta, it's going to really have impacts. But that being said, I still think we have to look at this one project at a time. And in terms of this project, it's across the street from shopping, Gersh Park, bus stops, close access to the freeway, major arterials. From just kind of a basic planning perspective, it's an infill site. There's a lot of things, it checks a lot of the boxes that you would want to check off. And then I think it's the role of our zoning code, the role of our project delivery process, our planning team, working in partnership with the property owner or the developer, whoever ends up delivering the project on the ownership side, to work together in harmony to come up with something that we can all be proud of and that meets our community's needs. I would be remiss if I didn't note that the people behind this project are traditionally very philanthropic in this community, have been very community-minded. I have a lot of faith that on this particular project, the various actors that are involved in it will find a way to come to a fair and equitable result that all of us can be proud of. And, I think I'll stop there.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. There's a couple things I want to add. First, I know tonight we are focused on the parcels that we are considering for possible rezone. But that doesn't mean that they are the only sites that this council has considered or that are currently in our draft housing element. So if you look at that map, everything in the orange is already in there. So I really don't want the message to our community to be that these are the only parts of the city where we are including in our housing element for potential future housing. It's just that tonight we are focused on those vacant sites. I do agree that, we are going through these one at a time. And to my earlier point, I am keeping track of that math, and it doesn't mean that we need to say yes to everything, which is my perspective. I think that we don't have to move forward with everything that we're considering tonight. I think we can have that dialogue about what makes sense. I'm also thinking about what are the places where we can get kind of the most bang for the frustration I know that we all have about, in some ways, having our hands tied by what the state is requiring. To Councilmember Kiriako's point, I think, this does check a lot of those boxes in terms of having a property owner that has been a good partner for the city, has a good track record. I do take faith in that, and it is a size where there's a lot more flexibility in, what an eventual project looks like. It is further away from kind of the core single-family residential area. I think that's important to that neighborhood and community. So I think these are tough choices. And if I'm supportive of the staff recommendation on these sites, it doesn't mean that will be the case for some of the others along this corridor.
Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you. I would like to maybe propose some of possible solutions to some of the concerns that have come up regarding the combined 3 sites. One of them is the impact of traffic. My understanding is that, the kinds of development that induce the most vehicle traffic are when you have very geographically separated concentrations of one use and the other. The proximity to all the commercial and all the services and all the park, I do think could really help to mitigate possible traffic impacts of this. And there's one kind of big assumption that is being made in that everybody will drive everywhere that they're going. But that's something that the city can help with, and that one of the benefits to kind of concentrating development along the corridor, and why I understand that the state wants to encourage that, is that actually makes transit much more feasible. There's a lot more potential riders along that route. And, I'm sure the developer could be potentially required to help contribute to strengthening transit. There's tools like signal prioritization, increased service, and then there's also better infrastructure for people walking and biking around the area. It's really scary as it is, especially to try to walk across Stork or to bike around there. And so we can, if we pair this with giving people alternatives, we can really mitigate a lot of potential traffic generation on this. And another thing about the view corridor is, one thing I've noticed about these very deep sites is that, again, with sort of what you can do with the architecture, in that the further back sort of along a site, the easier it is to see over it and see the mountains. And so there are things that could be done in the design review that still kind of allow that view into the mountains, so that can be maintained while still meeting our housing needs. Some things to consider.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in here. This is a hard one for me because I totally understand what Councilmember Kazin is saying. I've heard people say, "Oh, this project everybody will, ride their bikes and they'll walk." And yes, there is services and everything close by, but people with families still need a car, and they still will drive, and it will still impact this area. It's not going to get better with more housing and people, but will it even get any better if it's commercial? Something's going to be built on this land. So what do we want? Do we want to be able to satisfy our housing need, which we're being pressured by the state to do? Or do we, I thought the same thing when I first saw the map of what's being proposed this evening, that, gosh, everything seems to be on the western end, but I was forgetting all that we have looked at previously. So it is a lot on the western corridor. That is an area that's extremely, the traffic is not good. I don't know what that intersection is at this point. It was a D. I don't know what it is now. But so I'm struggling with this one a lot because I see the need for housing. I do. And I think that having the 3 sites as one, being looked at as one master plan is not a bad thing. It would be a good thing. And I respect all that you have done for the community. So that, where with Hollister Village, I was the only no vote. And it was an Orange County developer that came in and you know, things didn't live up to the way they said they would. So that is always a red flag for me. But and also I understand Hilton Gardens. You know, they promised that we'd be able to see the mountains. Well, if you go way back and or if you pay to go up to the rooftop, you can see the mountains. So I do. That's why I'm struggling on this one. What is the right thing to do here? And to be honest, I'm not quite sure. I think I can support the Jubilee and doing something behind there. As far as the other 2 sites, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm still willing to listen to what everybody else and try and come to a consensus here. Yes, Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I think some of our challenge is this mix of our candidate sites and alternates, and like trying to wrap our heads around how far into the alternates are we going to go. It might be helpful to see if we have consensus on the Jubilee site. I do want to mention, though, that we have no guarantee. I mean, you know, we can solicit interest, but I mean, these properties could be sold, or, you know, other developers may get involved. I mean, we can't, you know, hopefully, you know, certain things will play out in a different way, or, you know, as we solicit interest, you know, I think most people who are telling us about their interest are sincere. I don't doubt that. But at the same time, you also just never know what'll unfold over an 8-year period. I have some concern about, I have some concern too about how mapped ESHA will be perceived by the state as a constraint as well. You know, I think that's also something to consider, especially because you know, that's in our plan. Anyways, those are just some thoughts.
Councilmember Kasdan.
So, you know, one of the rationales that some folks have looked at is the idea that, well, we need housing. We need to do this in order to have housing. And I'm actually much more comfortable with other alternative housing sites along that same corridor. So can we leave the other 2 sites, the other 2 eastern sites in where they were originally? So just make a decision at this moment on the church, behind the church, and then see where we are after we go through the other alternative sites, and then see if we've need housing, if we've rejected too much housing, and or we don't and we're flush, and take it from there.
I would think that would be a good idea. How do others feel? That's fine. We'll come back to it and say yes to.
Thank you.
Are we okay with that? Okay. Just want to make sure we're all okay. Okay.
If we could get a straw vote on the western side would be helpful. I don't think we've heard from everyone.
Up, yes? On the western? Yeah. Okay.
Right, Veronica, if you could move the 16. There we go. So the next site is Dara Road. So this is.
Before you keep going, 625 Dara is near my personal residence. So under the Political Reform Act, I must recuse myself from this discussion and decision around this property.
Thank you for letting
All right,
us
so
know.
we'll give a minute here for the recusal, and then we'll start up the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, Andy's going to
Okay,
walk
get
you
us
through the
started.
Dara site.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Prodi, council members, and planning commissioners. This is a site I think most folks, certainly the council, is familiar with. This is a site that has there's been different types of projects on it over time. It is zoned single-family residential currently, and so it is in our inventory at 5 units per acre. So you see there's 12 units counted as at above moderate because of that density limit. What's proposed in the staff report is to rezone to medium density residential because that's what's been initiated to date. That was initiated for further analysis in the not too distant future. So that was an action taken by the city council. So that would, if we did go to moderate density, that would be 84 moderate income units. Again, at that kind of moving forward with kind of what's been considered recently, that would be a number of 84, so that would net 72. But again, because that's now moderate density and we don't have that floor of 20 units per acre, they would count towards moderate, not lower income. So they wouldn't help us in that lower income deficiency. So we've gotten several comments about this site, including from the property owner who supported rezoning but actually advocated for high density rather than medium density. And just to, I think there may be some confusion of people that look at the slides. Are we proposing to rezone Dara Road twice? And that it's no. It's later in the presentation as a potential alternative as high density. And the benefit there would be then it would count towards lower income. So I just wanted to kind of connect those two pieces as why it's in the staff report and the presentation in two places. But here is what's kind of part of the candidate sites, which would be the medium density calculation.
Thank you. Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah, so originally when it was presented to us, it was, I guess I have to get closer. Originally, when it was presented to us, and the thing that when we had the initiation of a general plan amendment, there was some sort of, it was like a group housing for seniors. And I gather that's what this candidate site represents. What does, and I don't know if we're talking about the alternatives or we're postponing that, but what's the other one? Is it just a bigger group house, or is it, do we know what or is it just hypothetical, more dense is better?
Well, Councilmember Kasdan, so, what we're talking about solely is the change of land use designation. So like senior housing would be allowed in those designations. But again, we're trying to like detach reality and potential projects from what we have to do as part of this RENA calculation. And so solely looking at the land use and zoning change, medium density is what was proposed, gets us more units, but we can't count towards lower income. Theoretically, it could be multifamily, like apartments, but the senior facilities would be allowed as well. And then the alternative is just a higher density, which one of the benefits would be then we could count it towards lower income.
So we don't know from the developer really as far as how we reconcile the previous project to the higher density one.
We did receive a comment expressing a desire, even with the senior facilities, to go to the higher density. So we do have that on the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Just one question. I was one of the people that voted to make it become medium residential density if they bring back a project that can be supported. So I kind of come at it from that lens. But I'm just curious, when we're considering sites and, we're not supposed to talk about like the project per se, if there is one or not. But one of the things that we're supposed to be considering in terms of what the state will accept is the likelihood that it'll be developed within the next 8-year RENA cycle. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything we need to be concerned about related to the fact that the property owner still has a previous approval from the county of Santa Barbara dating back to before we were a city for single-family residential? Would HCD look at the fact that they haven't developed the property despite having a project approval for this amount of time and use that as a strike against us? Or would they not consider that because that's a different jurisdiction's world and, that's not a project and we're just talking about land use?
I think they care about now.
Okay.
And yeah.
That's all I had. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes, Commissioner Chapman.
I have sort of a procedural question. It's sort of dependent on sort of whether or not we agree on the medium density residential, but if we do, can we then deliberate between the medium and the high density, or do you want to keep these as separate items?
I think it's up to you how you want to treat the density on the site, whether you, go with what's on the candidate list or what's in the alternatives is certainly up to you.
Yeah? Okay. Commissioner Maynard.
One of the things I think about as a planning commissioner is consistency in how we look at different projects and how we look at different neighborhoods, and trying to, whatever sort of we're moving forward as a planning commission, trying to be equitable across projects and project owners and different elements of the community and different neighborhoods within our community. And when I think about this project in the context of other projects that we're looking at on the site, I think it's only fair to actually look at this as residential high density. We're looking at similar single-family neighborhoods in a number of other sites where we're leaning in to residential high density. This site potentially even has less traffic concerns than some of the other areas where we've supported residential high density. This is in a part of the map that we don't have as much this round, so it helps to spread the development out throughout the community. I would lean towards this being residential high density with understanding that that's going to be a big change for our community, but something that we need in order to be able to get the RENA numbers and to keep some sense of local control for the design process. So I would push towards this being residential high density.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Then we would move to public comment
Or comment.
before we do any kind of straw votes. Just wanted to flag that the public comment
Oh, yes, please.
still needs to be
Public comment.
received.
Just a quick question. Can we see the slide with the alternative to see the numbers?
Stop stuffing on that one.
One more, slide 28.
To the Dara Road? Yes. Okay, so it's 100. What was the other number? Sorry, so it's
84.
100. Okay, thank you.
So is it 127 on top of the 84? Or is it now, it was 84 and now it's 127? Yeah.
It would be a total of 127.
Oh, okay. So it's only 40-something more.
But also it's 84 that don't count toward our deficit, because it's 84 that are all moderate, above moderate, and this 127 is all low income. So it's only a 40 difference, but it's 127 difference on our low income numbers.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Okay. A public comment.
I have 2 speaker slips. Our first speaker in person is Michael Bennett, and if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I'll call on you.
Long night for me, and I know it's a long night for you. Michael Bennett. I was asked today by Mr. McKillian if I would appear on his behalf. He's unable to be here tonight, otherwise he would have been. It's been 46 years since he bought the property, so it's been a long slog. And for various reasons, things that have been proposed in the past haven't gone forward. So I'll just leave it at that one, no further saying. He did write a letter, and he did indicate that he is supporting the city council to change the zoning of his property to residential high density. And he also wants to appreciate and thank the advanced planning staff and all the other staff members that have been involved in this over time for the difficult work that they're going forward with. And I might just add, this is certainly infill. It's in a developed neighborhood for sure. It's not far away from Kellogg Elementary School, so that's clearly within walking distance. And it's a easy, safe walk based on the streets, the way they're laid out and the residential nature. So I think it has a lot going for it. I think it can really go forward to meet the needs that you've been speaking about all evening. I mean, all the purpose for this meeting and how you're going forward and trying to meet the requirements and so on. I think this is one of those that really, as someone else has already said, checks all the boxes. So I'll leave you with that. I really don't have anything else to say, but he is supporting the high residential. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Michael. I too remember all that this applicant has gone through over the years, and I will support high density. It's needed, and oops.
Madam Mayor, we do have one other
Oh,
speaker
I'm so
slip.
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Our second speaker is Jan Scheffler.
Who is it? What is the name?
Jan Scheffler.
Okay.
Believe
Are they
also submitted a public comment online, but maybe they left.
No? Nobody? Okay. All right. Okay. So they're not here and they're not on Zoom. Okay.
No.
And there's no one else on Zoom.
Let me check.
Okay.
I don't have anybody else on Zoom.
Okay. Anybody else want to make any comments before?
Oh.
Commissioner Miller, did you have something?
I just wanted to say that I would support high density here. This property is just, in my mind, kind of an eyesore in the middle of a really, pretty nice neighborhood of single-family homes. And I think it would just really, really improve the neighborhood to have something nice built on there. And at high density, yeah, I think it would just fit in pretty well. So I would support it.
Yes.
Councilmember Carriaco and then Commissioner Chapman.
Yes, I'll be real brief. So, I'll go along with the majority on this for high density. Again, my concern was really related to no net loss. So if it's moderate, it hurts us less if it doesn't happen than if it's all, like we're saying, it's going to be all low income, right? I mean, if we sprinkle the magic dust on it and it becomes all low income, and it gets built, then that's great. But if not, then we have to make that up elsewhere. So in a way, it also kind of puts pressure to make sure that we're sure about the other sites that are going to provide the high density. But I'm willing to go along with everybody, and I supported the project before, and I'll support them now.
Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you. I mean, I guess in case the rest of the commissioners and councilors aren't convinced. I too am happy to support the rezoning or putting in the housing element to rezone to high density. I think a really important thing to note is that our city, like many American cities, is sort of very separated, starkly separated by income. And any time we have an opportunity to kind of change that and give opportunities to those who are less advantaged, I think is great. And the income restricted units that could be built here would give access to a ton of schools, a ton of parks, the library, and a lot of resources that could really help anybody with children who could use that extra help. So I'm just wanted to point that out as something to throw into the mix.
Okay. Commissioner Fullerton.
Yeah, I wanted to concur. I know it's really difficult for the residents around there to accept this kind of change, but I think it was Commissioner Maynard that mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Commissioner Smith, about being consistent, and we've supported the high density in another location by home, so it's kind of wouldn't be fair to not support it in this area as well. So I do support the high density.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I will disagree on this because I'm leaning more toward the medium density, and a couple things that strike me. First of all, in terms of consistency, I think that you may be referring to the Kenwood property, which on two sides has a single-family neighborhood, but then on the west side of that one had condos and had more medium and higher density than the single family. So this one is completely surrounded by just single family. So I just want to point that out. I'm concerned also about accessibility to public transit. I'm not sure what line or if any is on Cathedral Oaks on that section. So I do acknowledge that there's a park nearby and that is a service. There's a school nearby. I don't really, I think it wouldn't be very close to walk to any shopping. So anyway, I think I do think that there would be an impact on that neighborhood. I don't think that it's as compatible as the medium. So in terms of the high density versus the medium, I think I would support the medium density over that in this for these parcels here.
Commissioner Maynard.
I actually saw some murmurings of maybe an additional public comment, but I don't know if you wanted to take it because we already passed
There's
the public
someone
comment
that
period.
wants to speak?
Yes, somebody did come up to me during deliberations
okay.
to request to speak.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
Lana Harper.
Hi, I'm a neighbor of Greg Jenkins. I live on Arundel Road. I'm not used to this, but thank you so much for all that you do. Yeah, the high density I consider extremely shocking and not appropriate for our neighborhood. I think if you consider 127 units, I think that probably means 250 cars, 2 to each unit. And I think that traffic would be a problem. And I know that many of our homes are becoming dual generation homes. Mine is, and several on the blocks are. And so that is a car issue that we have in the neighborhood. So, medium density, for me to say I approve of that, it's beyond that, also is beyond my imagination. But the high density it really seems wrong for our neighborhood.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Councilmember Keston.
Yeah, I guess, to me, the difference in a way between the medium density and the high density is not that great, and we get the full 127 counting for low income. But it's only across that whole area, it's only another 40 units. It's not like it sounds so problematic adding high density to this area, but it doesn't seem like it's that many units to make a big dent a big consequence to the quality of life there. And, you know, and we get all the full 127. So in that sense, it makes sense to me.
Have you weighed in?
I'm going to maintain that I do think that this should be residential high density.
Yeah, I think we should do a vote, a straw vote. We'll start with you. High density? Okay. Commissioner Maynard?
High
Mayor,
density.
I think staff wanted us to do separate straw votes for council and planning commissioners, unless I misunderstood.
Correct, beginning with planning commission.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we have yours.
Yeah. So I'm high.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes for the high density.
Mr. Chapman?
I'll phrase it differently too. I'll support the high density option.
Yes, and I support high density.
Okay, now going back, Councilmember Kasdan? Kiriako?
I swear it's like a tie for me. I'll go with high.
Or Tim?
A medium?
Okay.
Yeah, and, yeah, no further. That's all.
Do you want to say more?
No.
Sure? Okay, so it looks like we have three, or and the majority, all commissioners and three. So, yeah, move forward.
All right, thank you for that. It's almost 10 o'clock, so we can decide. We're happy to continue. We can take a break and continue. We can.
Continue, but does anybody need a break? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
How much longer do you think? What's the limit?
At least till midnight.
Well, I can't.
Are we doing the proposed and the alternates, or just the proposed?
I thought we're doing them all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing all of them, and it just took 20 minutes to complete the action for Dara.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? A break? Or do you want to continue, take a break, continue, or just go for it?
If we don't finish this today, what's the option then?
Then we'll continue at another meeting, so we'll have to schedule another meeting, and we'll notice it.
And will that
pick up where we
affect
left
our timeline in terms of our process and when we have to get this done?
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
I mean, it will on a practical, on the practical side, because we kind of mapped out decisions tonight and then what we're going to do next. But we'll have to figure out something else, because it's important that we spend the time that we need on these items. And, you know, we did spend the first couple of hours just going through.
That's true.
The background and like general questions, and that was important. So if we don't get through everything tonight, then we'll just pick up where we left off, and we'll try to get something planned as soon as possible.
My suggestion is that we get through the primary sites and then maybe reconsider. And I'm also worried about, as it gets later, I don't know if our thinking is as sharp.
It doesn't
you know, so.
go well, usually, yeah. Our past experience. So just do the candidate.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think candidates, and maybe then just revisit the question that Councilmember Kasdan had posed
What question was that, Councilmember Caston? Did you pose?
about resolving the issue.
No, we'll hold that.
You want to hold that off?
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're going to continue. Oh,
Madam Mayor, we just noted that there are 4 sites left. We don't think they're as controversial, so we may
Okay.
be able to get through those fairly quickly.
Okay, let's go forward then. No breaks, we're going forward with the last 4. Well, not last, but go get water.
Please keep going.
Okay.
So before we start off with the presentation, we have to make sure we have a quorum. We do. There's no recusals. And so we'll just start with a presentation for 35 Elwood Station Drive Road.
And there's no conflicts?
No conflicts.
Okay. got it.
So for 35 Elwood Station Drive, this is kind of a long, narrow parcel that's tucked back in Elwood Station Road. And it's actually a vacant site right now. It has an entitlement for outdoor storage, but they have not started construction yet, so it's kind of teetering on the edge of vacant versus underutilized. But we're treating this as an underutilized site currently, and it's zoned general commercial, and the proposed zoning would be high-density residential. So it's actually a pretty big site. It's long and narrow, but it's quite long, so the acreage actually adds up. And again, we've heard from the property owner that they have interest in fundamentally doing residential. An outdoor storage use doesn't, would be a kind of a stopgap use, in that residential is what they really want to see on that site. So that's it for the presentation, and we're happy to answer questions.
Could you tell me, I know that there was a lot of buildings on, there was a plant, or was it what was on that property that they took down, and then they were going to make storage, correct? So this is a different whole project.
Yeah, Mayor Prodi, I don't remember exactly what the use was, but it was kind of a industrial type use, but they demoed this stuff. So it's basically a flat site at this point, and then there'd be, they're entitled to do some construction. I believe they're working through the grading permit process, but as far as we understand it, they haven't started that.
I can add to that. So there was a concrete batch plant there that was removed, and there's an approved outdoor storage use under a conditional use permit.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Thank you. So one of the concerns that I had with this parcel is that we have a plan in our CIP program to look at an overcrossing that would go over the freeway, and it would go from Elwood Station Road around this area, and I'm not clear exactly if it's on this parcel or if it would be using other adjacent parcels, but I wanted to flag that because that's a concern for me, because I know we've had multiple discussions about an overpass to connect the northwestern and southwestern areas of the city. It's had, I know we're not agendized to talk about that, so I think we have to be careful, but I'll just mention that I do think that we've talked about whether it be a auto or pedestrian and bicycle bridge only, so I'll leave it at that. But I do think that it was around this area, so I don't know if staff has any information that they can share about how that may impact this, or if this parcel was involved in that project.
Sure. So there is an overcrossing identified as a need in the city's general plan transportation element, and there is a map, and it depicts it, and it puts the alignment in one location, but it notes that it's in the general vicinity where the need is. So where it's cited, where it's the future location, precise location, is not yet determined. And I talked to the Public Works Director, and he said that's still the case, that the future location has not been established, so that he didn't see any conflict with rezoning at the site.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Caston.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things to keep in mind with this project and some of the others is, in some cases, it's not like there's an open space with environmental, ESHA and so forth, that is an approved project that would be for RV storage and things like that. And so the change that we're looking at, if we're looking at what is the consequence, it's the consequences, the difference not between pristine, but it's between an approved project that would have RV storage versus housing. And so the question for us is, which is more of a priority for that we think, what is going to have the least neighborhood community impact, what is going to have the most value. And while I still have some trepidation as far as traffic goes, to me, there's a compelling rationale.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
I'll be very short. I agree with Stuart.
Oh, that was short. Anybody else? Oh, people, speakers.
Yeah.
We do have one speaker slip for Galare Macon? Okay. And if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call on you.
Good evening. Hi. Galare Macon with Flowers and Associates. I'm a land use agent for the applicant. Thank you for enduring this evening. I do want to thank staff for including this site. We've been talking about it for several years. And the outdoor storage was a stopgap for their ultimate vision was high-density housing for this site. I do have to make a comment because we've been talking about high-density housing, and the table that shows that all of the units are going to be low income has been a real struggle for the applicant. We just saw it today, and we weren't really given notice about that or really like an explanation. I understand it's a planning exercise, and I understand the whole RENA situation. Like I get all of that, but I do need to like publicly say 100% affordable is never going to happen on this site or any of these sites that like they're all saying 100% affordable. So there is a real concern that as these projects come to Planning Commission and you have to make the findings and make sure that there's enough inventory, that some of these parcels are really going to get in a tough spot. So there is a real concern from the applicant just having it labeled as 100% affordable. I don't know how to fix that. They do like the rezoning, and I appreciate this is like a planning exercise, but it is very concerning to have that labeled and to have a certain political expectation when we get to a public hearing for the project that the affordability is going to be more than what is required in the inclusionary policy. With that, I am here for questions or comments or support to help my applicant feel better about this situation. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you. Councilmember Carey.
Trying to think if I want to say something glib or something serious. I hear your concerns. My understanding, and staff can correct me, is applicants are not subject to anything beyond the city rules, which would be the inclusionary. And then if they make their own elective choices to subject themselves to other things such as state bonus density, then that would change what would become allowable, both in terms of the unit count and in terms of the affordability. But other than that, that's just the universe we're living in, right? And the inclusionary is 20% or 15% if you meet certain conditions, as I recall.
That's correct, Councilmember Kiriako.
And within that 20%, it's not just all very low. It's a diversity of categories because we want to have a diversity of housing choices.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
that's why we're talking about a
Maynard.
surplus here.
Where all of that is true, this is where I start to get concerned about our ability to meet those action points along the way. Historically, RENA was about planning, not building. That's not true anymore. It's just not true anymore. And the state is really switching this around and making this about building. And when I looked and I added all of the candidate sites and all of the alternative sites, and I added the low income for every single site, if we approved every single site, and then if we based the low income on the inclusionary housing ordinance, we'd only be looking at building around 340-ish, 335, I think, low income properties in the next 8 years. And we need to build 557 to not get additional guidelines kicking in, additional restrictions kicking in, additional losses of our local authority. That's where it gets tough for me. So I support this one to go to residential high density, but I also just want to use this as a moment and an example to really talk about that we have to be realistic, and that's in the HUD letter. Like the very first, like one of the very first bullet points is they have said that they sent us 2 letters before, and in both letters they felt like we were not realistic. They're asking us to be realistic in what we can build, and this is sort of where it comes back to me. So my general recommendation is just to support staff, but I think this gives us a sense of like the burden we have before us.
That's right. Councilmember Caston, and then.
I guess, again, you have to think about it as 2 different animals. This is a presentation we're sending to HCD and showing that we're going to generate a supply of housing. They're so intent upon seeing us produce the quantity of housing, they're even apparently being hostile to some of the inclusionary housing requirements if it might inhibit the production of housing. So this document is, will we produce housing? And the only determination of affordability is a proxy based on density. As far as we go down the road, that's below, affordable means below market housing, below market rate housing. The only way we're getting that is not because of the density that we had, whether it was 20 units an acre or anything like that. So for the landowner, you know, we move into, once it's approved, we're in a different world. It's no longer relevant practically, and how we or any other jurisdiction is going to figure out how they produce all of this below market housing apart from the inclusionary. So we'll have our inclusionary, but beyond that, we're going to have to come up with, you know, grants and loans, you know, where we have no idea how we're doing it and no one else does either. But that's just going to be, you know, everyone's going to be in that kind of brave new world and the state is going to have to come up with money perhaps, but it's not going to be a, you know, we'll figure it out, is all I can think.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember.
So, you know, I understand that, you know, part of this exercise is that we have to pad it a little, you know, that we have our numbers and then we're adding 15%. And that's, you know, with the assumption that the state might not like all of the ones that we have on the list. So we need to at least make our mark, right? So that's why we give ourselves some padding. But I am concerned about overshooting our mark too much and overpromising, because the more we overpromise and the more we add on, like if we just added every site, you know, on there, then as we start building, if the units that are coming online are not at the very low rate, then we're gonna go through that really quickly, and then I think we'll be in a worse position later, because then we'll end up having to rezone more things during the cycle, you know, if we don't have enough to meet what the promise was that we made to the state through our housing element. So I'm just throwing that out there, like you're shaking your head. Did I get that wrong? So I mean, that's the way I understand it, right? So that we're given, say that our housing element has in it 1,000 low and very low units. Okay, I'm just making that up. It's not going to do that. And then as we start building, you know, if we only build, you know, the 50% of that or some fraction of that, then at some point with that no net loss rule, the state's going to look and say, no, you know, you have to start rezoning more in order to make up, because you said that you were going to have a certain number on that list. So that's my concern, is that we not just make the list as big as possible, but that we try to be careful about padding it enough, but not going too far over.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
I'm going to gently disagree with my colleague to my left and gently disagree with my colleague to my left and gently agree with my colleague to the right. I think at the end of the day, what this is really about is it's a planning exercise and it's a development exercise, to Commissioner Maynard's point. I think on some level, HCD recognizes that the tool that cities used to have so that they could ensure lower income housing so that we didn't have to put the burden for that on developers was the redevelopment agency opportunities. the state realizes that redevelopment has gone away and that cities and counties have turned around and they have shifted the burden to developers and said, thou shalt provide the housing that redevelopment agencies used to provide. I see nodding from my planning director, so that's an A for me. So that's, I think, why HCD accepts to a certain degree some of this designation. Like, for example, the county's process, I think they're saying like half of them are affordable and then a quarter is moderate and a quarter is above moderate. I could be off on that slightly, but how likely is that too, right? So there's sort of an element to this of, we'll see what happens, but the state's the one that set the standard that said if it's 20 units an acre or more, that's high density, and that therefore is affordable by design. We basically have 6 or 7 different kinds of Californias, right? The Central Valley is different than the Central Coast. And what creates affordability in one community doesn't create affordability in another community, but the state had to settle on something, and that's what they settled on. So I think the reason why I slightly disagree with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, is, to me, it's not so much about the padding. It's, we need to have enough inventory, we need to have enough of that kind of padding to make sure that if enough of these properties don't pan out with significant affordability, you have to be able to make that up somewhere. And so that's why I agree we don't necessarily want to go hog wild, so to speak, but I think that we should be planning for housing any place where it makes sense. And then where it makes sense, you try to maximize those opportunities. I don't know if I'm making any sense because it's after 10, but that's what I had to say.
We're going to do Commissioner Fullerton and then Councilmember Carriaco.
Yeah, I just.
See? Is it after?
It's too late. I just want to say I really appreciate the honesty of the last speaker. I think every single person has stood up today and say we need affordable housing and we need workforce housing, but come on, let's be honest. Housing, it costs a lot. The cost to build is a lot. Our rents are a lot. They see there's a lot of money to be made, and I just find it. I mean, we have to do this exercise, but I think we're not going to solve that tonight. I think we have to do the exercise and come up with what the state requires. But we know, I would doubt that any of these projects are going to be 100%. And I think the state, the state requirements are kind of, I think, ridiculous to me, but we have no choice. So we have to kind of come up with the best of.
So Mayor and Council, maybe I can just weigh in, and I think the last several speakers have been really very on point and have kind of captured this this challenge. I mean, we obviously live in a market-based economy. Housing is delivered by for-profit developers for the most part. If we want below market rate units, there are 2 ways we get them. One is through inclusionary housing, which is 20% of the zone capacity on site. The other way is through 100% development projects, which are possible, and we work as much as we can closely with nonprofit developers who deliver those. But the state understands that reality, and it's laid out the rules for us that apply to how we meet our RHNA. The critical rule is the SB 166 rule that if as the cycle goes on, we don't develop at the density that's promised in the housing element such that we are not meeting our RHNA, then we would have to go and rezone. And the city attorney or Ms. Tam may want to, or some of my colleagues here may want to weigh in on this, but my understanding is that if we have that buffer, we can look to that buffer as long as we're above the RHNA. So as long as we're above the RHNA for that level of affordability, we're fine. So in other words, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, I don't think that the concern that you voiced is one that we need to be concerned about. Again, I invite the city attorney or Ms. Tam or my colleagues here to correct me if I've got that wrong.
Oops. I have to turn off the lights. Yes, I think certainly you're correct in that. And I also wanted to mention that don't forget you have your inclusionary. And so you're still going to get affordable housing through your inclusionary policy on other projects, regardless of density. So those, when you get those inclusionary units, they become your buffer as well.
Commissioner Smith?
I just wanted to highlight, I think there was a comment from the League of Women Voters that one thing we didn't see on this list was any government, at least to my knowledge, that none of these properties, to my knowledge, are not government-owned or, and in any case, that there could be some potential, whether it's the city or another government that has property in the city limits, to potentially have more, reality on the low-income housing. And I would, not at this meeting, but I'd certainly urge the city council to consider that at a future meeting.
Commissioner Chapman.
Hi, I'm sorry to take any more time, but if we're talking big picture, my understanding is, the state is operating under the idea that the cause of the unaffordability throughout California is years of basically a almost halt in housing production despite population growth, and that this is things coming to a head. And they very explicitly say they found the main barriers were different levels of government, including local government, refusing to allow housing to be built for years. And so, they've gotten more and more heavy-handed under that assumption that every city must share, that problem. And so, we're assigned our share of that problem. And I just wanted to highlight the magnitude of the problem and just something to keep in mind in that, it is a crisis. It is an affordability crisis, and it is getting worse, and it's not going to be fixed overnight. It's not going to be fixed by our city. It's going to be helped one bit at a time, and we need more tools. We need more tools from the state to try to really stem the problem of people who are really at risk of losing their housing. With housing costs and having those income restricted affordable units for the people that are at risk right now. But we are being, I guess you could put it different ways, but we are being challenged by the state to try to find a way to contribute to the problem in a positive way. And it's just something I wanted to kind of keep in mind as we get lost in the weeds of a lot of the details of kind of, this is the difference between people ending up homeless or not. And, with the idea that if we hope to get 600 income restricted units and we only get 300, that's still 300 households that, may have ended up on the street, that may have ended up having to move very far away to commute to a job here. And I think that's a really positive impact to consider, not just with what the state is requiring, but what the state is actually, in a bigger picture, asking us to do.
Thank you. And I will say briefly that I agree. We do have a crisis, housing crisis and a housing imbalance. We've been saying that for years, and it's not getting any better. It's unfortunate that we have to go through this kind of a game that we're playing to figure it all out. I understand why the state is requiring, but I don't know if they're going to get what they really want. I'm not sure that moving in the direction that they've asked us all, that they'll get in the end what they're hoping to get. I'm not sure, but all we can do is the best that we can do to identify areas and people that are interested in developing property and hope for the best. But I have real concerns about this whole process. And I've said it to people at the state level. And so that's just my opinion on it.
I just wonder if we're ready for a straw vote, or if
yes. You think?
And I'm sorry. I know I contributed to the big picture thing too.
I always wait to the last. Okay, so how do we all feel? Let's start with Planning Commission. So Commissioner Miller.
Yes, I am in favor of staff recommendation, and go for it.
Okay.
I support staff recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I support the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Shep?
I support this as well.
Okay?
And I support staff recommendation.
Okay. Now back to
I'll
council.
support.
I'll support.
I will support. Support?
I support staff's
Okay,
recommendation.
all right. We can move on to the next one.
Okay, so our next slide is 7360 Hollister Avenue. And I don't know if we have any conflicts. I don't think we do. I'm looking around. Don't see any conflicts. Okay, so let's just jump right into the site description.
Okay, so this is 3 separate parcels along Hollister Avenue under the same ownership. It's considered underutilized. There's a couple single-family dwellings and some accessory structures, but you can tell by the aerial, it's pretty highly underutilized as underutilized sites go. It's currently zoned community commercial, so it is in our inventory currently, but at a lower density, and because it's that underutilized site and we moved the underutilized out of lower income, kind of under the current approach, it would be 23 moderate, 7 above moderate. With a rezoning to RH, we would see 69 lower income units. And we have heard interest from the property owner in this rezoning and have not received any comments about this site.
Who would like to comment?
I just have one observation, that I get comments from some people who live on the other side next to DOG complaining about the dogs barking all the time. And whoever moves into this one is also going to be hearing dogs bark consistently all the time. So, but I don't think that's a reason to. The dogs will be okay with it.
They'll be fine.
And actually, by the way, there's a restaurant there, the Del Taco, and, there's a lot. It's a very good location in that regard.
Yeah.
Cal Taco, right, not Del Taco, sorry. Getting
Commissioner
punchy.
Maynard.
Is there any map data on this space?
We're looking it up on the map.
Yeah. Well, if there's not, then I support going to residential high density here.
There is no map data.
Okay. Then residential high density looks good to me.
I'll support it too.
Anybody else?
Let's
do
Yeah,
public
we can
comment.
do questions and answers, and then followed by public comment, and then deliberation or direction.
Public comment, please.
Okay, we have one speaker slip for Gilleray Macon.
Hi, again. I'd like to bring up another massive issue. No.
Please don't.
The only thing I wanted to bring up on this site is if we could just confirm the math again. I believe there's been a couple different versions of the number, but we want to make sure all 3 parcels are included. Same concerns as last time, but we don't need to rehash it. Thank you.
Really?
And if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call on you. I don't see any hands raised.
That's in it. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, her question about the math is, I have, on the report that I'm looking at from what we received, it says 82. And I just wanted to confirm, because it looks like it's 69 here. So in the staff report that I downloaded earlier, I'm looking at that where it says the 82. So I just wanted to make sure.
I think if you remember me earlier when I said that the numbers are evolving and we have a revised housing element in progress and we have linked Excel spreadsheets, and so they might be off a little bit. And we did our best to make sure that everything was consistent, but we're off on this one. And Andy's running the math right now while I'm buying a little time.
Yeah, I think it's the 6970 is that you're seeing on the slide is accurate. So because it's underutilized, there's a discount factor of 20%. We don't want to get into that. But we'll double check the numbers, but I think the 6970 range, the full site is about 2.93 acres.
I'll just add that, I support it. I think that, this is another good location. It's surrounded by dense housing on the west side and then some other commercial uses on the east side. It is within walking distance to some restaurants, although, I just want to compare this to the one that we looked at previously, again, like looking at consistency with 7190. This also is part of that same corridor with the view shed, so there's that issue. And then it actually is a little farther away from some of the other shopping that's right across the street from the one down the road. So I just want to make note of that, but I do support it.
Just to clarify, there isn't a view. It's blocked.
Councilmember, or Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I also just wanted to note, certainly I know that email notices went out, but I sort of, realized in going through this process that for any, businesses that currently exist in any of these places may or may not have received notice if they are not also the property owner. So I just sort of noticed that had come up in reviewing this. So just I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Any other comments? Is there any other, no more public speakers?
No.
Okay. Okay, well then we will do a vote of I support the project, but we'll do the Planning Commissioner Miller first.
Yes, I support the project, high density.
Okay. Maynard?
I support the project high density.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Yes. Yes, I support high density.
Okay.
I support the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, I support staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll support it.
Okay.
I'll support it as well.
I will support it, as I said. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And
I support staff's recommendation.
Yes. Commissioner Maynard?
On the next item, I need to recuse myself.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. Okay.
All right, so we'll go to the next slide, which is 469 and 449 Kellogg Way, and just give a minute here for a recusal, and then we'll go back into the description, and then take your questions, public comment, and then straw vote.
And Ms. Wells, just for the record, I believe Commissioner Maynard recused herself for proximity near her personal residence.
Yes, she is shutting the door and leaving the room right now. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, and planning commissioners, these are two parcels in Old Town south of Hollister. They currently have a combined use for an outdoor storage facility. One of the sites is zoned RP, so it's in our inventory currently as underutilized, but at a lower density. And the other portion of the use is business park, which is not in our inventory as it does not allow residential development. So we're looking at, these really do fit together as one site under the same owner. And they have expressed interest in doing high density housing on the site. And so they have been included, and the change to high density would up the count and then transition those units to lower income. And we did not receive any public comments specifically about these two parcels.
Okay. Councilmember Kiriakou.
Just a quick clarification. Are these two parcels kind of like when Winslow got approved, where it's in the floodplain and they had to make some accommodations with how it was designed to deal with that because San Jose Creek wasn't done yet?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to look and see where things are when a project comes forward. I mean, you can develop in the floodplain, but there's added requirements. So that's why we don't see it as prohibitive as a site. But certainly, that area of Old Town does have some flood mapping.
Okay, that's all I had.
Anybody else? No? Do we have any speakers?
I do have a speaker slip for Gelleray Macon, and if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call on you.
Hi. We think this is a great site for high-density housing. Really appreciate you including it in your housing element. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
And there are no
Mayor
more,
Pro-
sorry.
Sorry, go
No
ahead.
more public speakers at this time.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yeah, I support this. I think it's a great place for it. It's within walking distance to all the amenities in Old Town. It's got housing to the north of it, pretty high density housing at Winslow to the south, and it's right across the creek from the community center. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. I think it would be an improved use of the over the current usage of that those parcels there. So I think it would be a good space for it.
Councilmember Carriaco?
I had the opportunity to meet some of the potential neighbors for this site yesterday, and I can report that they felt that the vast majority of them felt that as long as it's a well-designed project down the road, they don't have a problem with it. That was the reaction I got, but I wanted to make sure I talked to the people in the neighborhood, and I will support it.
Commissioner Smith?
The only brief observation I wanted to make is I support the staff recommendation, but in thinking about the Elwood site and then this site, I just note that when we adopted our new zoning ordinance, one of the most vocal groups of folks that we heard from was mobile homeowners, and their struggles to secure storage locations. So in any case, but in terms of weighing all those things, I certainly think housing is a higher need. But I just wanted to call that out because that has also been an item of a lot of deliberation and discussion in our community.
Okay. And I definitely can support this project recommendation. Okay. Oh. Commissioner Fullerton, do you have your hand up? No?
I mean, I support this.
Okay. Okay. We'll do the planning first.
Yes, I support it.
Yes.
I support the recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I support it. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay.
I support staff's recommendation.
All right.
So, Madam Mayor, we just have one site left, which is the Yardy site at 490 South Fairview. That is to say, of the candidate sites. We're keeping a running tally, and we will have met our RENA shortfall, and we can share that with the hearing bodies. We don't then need to continue and talk about the alternative sites unless the council and commission would like to. So we do have a couple of dates next week, Tuesday or Thursday, the 25th or the 27th, if we do want to continue. And I'm just saying this now so we can begin to think about it. But if it's the pleasure of the council and commission, we can forego that and simply go with the candidate sites that we've already selected.
I could do the 25th.
So the question is, do we want to continue with the alternates?
Correct, because we will
Or-
not have to rely on the alternates having selected enough candidate sites, but that is up to, again, you all. And I really just wanted to plant that seed rather than sidetrack us, because we do want to talk about this last site
Yes.
of 490 South Fairview.
Okay, maybe let's decide. Let's do
Yardy.
490 South Fairview, and then.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I want to make sure that we do get to the alternative sites is we didn't get a chance to actually talk or ask questions about one site that's been a site of community concern. I want to allow them and me to ask questions or say things about that project. So whether we do that tonight or we do that another night, I want to make sure we talk about at least one project that's not part of the structured presentation.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had I misunderstood something. I was under the impression that the votes tonight were not final.
It's not. It's not. No, it still has to go to Planning Commission.
Forward with listing other sites because we already have enough sites, which kind of made it sound like.
But we can still discuss the alternatives.
Right,
That's what
no,
we're
that's
doing.
what I was
Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's go on with 490 South Fairview.
Yeah, and this is the Yardy site, and I don't think we have any recusals, so we'll proceed with the description of the site.
So this is, as I mentioned, 490 South Fairview, kind of refer to it as the Yardy site, or part of the Yardy kind of development there on South Fairview. We were approached by Yardy representatives who are interested in converting part of that site to housing. It's, in Old Town, it's close to a lot of businesses. So they did express concern about creating a non-conforming use while they, went through and did their due diligence and the different studies needed. So what's proposed is to maintain the BP base designation, but add essentially an RH overlay. It would be pretty unique to this site, but it would allow them to process a high-density residential project without needing a rezone or land use designation change, while still having that base district to allow their use to continue. And so because of that kind of that approach, we're counting the units not in low income, although it's quite possible we'll see low income with that project, and that gets back to that discussion, the point Veronica Tam made about some other projects will come in that will help our low income numbers. But for now, we're proposing this as moderate and above moderate, and at 198 units, which is 80% of the max development potential if built under RH. And I don't believe we received any public comment on this site.
Okay, anybody want to jump in, say anything?
And when Andy was referring to public comment, I think he meant letters, but we haven't asked the clerk.
For public comment on Zoom, and we're here. Yes, go ahead.
So just quick clarifying question. So because it's an RH overlay and not an RH designation, that's why we can't include any low income?
Yeah, that's how we're approaching it. So it's a conservative number. So those, in practice, those numbers may well shift over a little bit in a positive way for us.
This is also an underutilized site and not a vacant site, of course, but it's a very important underutilized site in that it exemplifies an infill approach to addressing housing. It's, of course, directly in Old Town, and there are many things along those lines to consider with this project.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The one other thing it potentially accomplishes is it sort of acts as an antidote to the erosion of the buffer if some other lower income sites don't pan out. And this one pans out with low income units that we never actually quote unquote planned for.
Any public comment?
I do have 2 speaker slips, and if there are any members of the Zoom webinar who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. My first speaker slip is for Tony Vallejo. I believe he's left.
I don't think he's here.
He gave up.
He's not here.
So our next speaker slip is for Ben Romo.
Tony Vallejo. No cheering. Very excited about this project. Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Ben Romo. I'll have mercy on us all and be brief. I'm speaking on behalf of Yardy for this property, 490 South Fairview. In recent months, we began exploring the idea of repurposing this property, as staff shared, and replacing the roughly 100,000 square foot commercial building with residential development. Our considerations are driven obviously by the severe jobs housing imbalance that prices so many people out of our community, and the housing crisis. It's been our pleasure to work with staff to look at options on how housing might be achieved on this property. We're committed to pursuing a residential option, and our approach would be to prioritize community benefit over profit. We believe housing is what the community needs most. While we're still exploring what's possible, as we have shared with staff in the city and has been reported in the media, we plan to deed restrict a significant number of units for low income and moderate income residents. Our goal is to develop a project that meets the needs of the local workforce. We envision a 100% rental project emphasizing studios, 1s and 2 bedrooms. We plan to include a childcare center, and we'd like to focus almost all of the development on the footprint of the existing building, which will allow us to provide ample parking, great open space, or green space, I should say, and also preserve some really significant trees on the property. So again, we're committed to pursuing a residential option on this property. In the months ahead, we're really excited to work with the city to see how that objective can be achieved with the city. So thank you for including us in the housing element, and we look forward to working together.
Thank you.
And I also have a speaker slip for Michael Bennett.
Way too busy tonight. Real quickly, I absolutely support what the Yardy operation is proposing. It's a great site for housing. The only caution I throw out on this, and we haven't had this experience for a long time, but I can assure you, because I've been in the middle of it back in the days when I used to work, and that's flooding. Flooding is incredibly serious on South Fairview. You can't get through the intersection of Fairview and Hollister. I've sat there before and watched it rise above me going into Taco Bell as an example, and that's way high and that's way up. Well, take that same visual and go on down Fairview Avenue. It's the same thing. And I've been told by others, and I disagree, but I'm not an engineer, so we'll see, that the buildings that were built, the new ones on the north side, because this is the site of the old post office for those of us that have been around a long, long time. And I can tell you the post office flooded. So it just needs to be someone paying attention and making sure they question that when they do the buildup of the pad, because now you're going to put residents in there. That's a whole lot different than commercial. And that's all I'm throwing out there for the caution, because it'll still be incredibly difficult if someone's having a problem for rescue crews to get down there and be able to assist, because I can assure you that Fairview Avenue is absolutely impassable, and you're not going to get through the middle of that. And you may get through portions of Pine, but that would be about the closest you're going to get on the east side. So that's my big caution. But again, I'm incredibly supportive of this. I thought at one time this was going to happen a long time ago, and I do want to see it happen, but that is my concern from a safety standpoint. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Michael.
And I have no other speakers at this time.
Okay, back to
I guess
Commissioner Fullerton.
Oh, I want to say I support this. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I hope more businesses would consider this kind of option with their underutilized space. So I support.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I support what you said, and it's just the right location. It's a great project.
Commissioner Chapman.
Maybe the planning staff can elucidate this. I think maybe it's a public works question, but as far as the flooding risk, the improvements to the channel should help reduce flood risk generally in Old Town that's planned. Is that something you know about? Or does it not affect that area?
Yeah, we'd have to look. The maps will change with that project, but this is pretty far from that area, and some of the flooding in the western part of Old Town is really coming in from the airport, the slough.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, there's different flooding risks around Old Town.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Las Vegas wash, I think, is what it's called, and yeah, there's some opportunities for improvement over time there too. That being said, I support the project, and I think the fact that they're willing to do state bonus density. I mean, the affordability you get through state bonus density is no joke. So that's really that's borderline philanthropy. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I support it. I think it's really an ideal project in many ways. It's in walking distance to all the shops on Old Town, Hollister Avenue. It's right on the southern border of it is where our new Ekwil is going to go. So it actually will greatly improve the traffic circulation in that area. They'll be able to get over to the eastern side to Kellogg without even having to go through Old Town, so they can avoid the Hollister corridor if they need to. It's near transportation. It's near a lot of things. So, yeah, I think it's great.
Commissioner Maynard.
One really quick question. Why the blue line going into the middle? Any thoughts on that? Like, why does it have such a weird outline?
I personally am not sure.
Okay. I support the project at the residential high density and would love to hear more about flood risks when this comes for a vote. So just homework item, but on principle, I support the residential high density and I'm very excited to hear the property owner talk so much about affordable housing.
Well, I will support it, and I want to thank Michael Bennett. Thank you for bringing that up. That area can be pretty flooded. I've seen it myself. So, that needs to be taken into consideration. But otherwise, I think it's a great project, and I'm glad that it's being introduced and thought of. I remember going in there on a tour a long while ago, and the building was empty. You know, there's no one there working in it. It's a large building, so perfect opportunity to do something where we need housing. Okay, so should we do? Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Miller.
I'll just also make a comment that I am thrilled with the whole daycare center aspect. I think that's fabulous. So yes, I support the project.
Commissioner Maynard.
I support that recommendation.
Yes, I support the staff recommendation.
Commissioner
Yes, on the staff recommendation.
I support the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Kasdan?
Yes,
Okay.
I support it.
I support it. I'm also fine with the daycare, I guess.
Oh, I support staff's recommendation. Mayor Pro
As
Tem.
do I.
I
Councilmember
support
Reyes?
staff's recommendation.
Okay.
So that takes us through the end of our candidate sites, and we do have a running tally of where we are that Ms. Wells can share with us.
Yeah, so with all of the candidate sites, included with the exception of Dura Road, which you used the option in the alternative site at high-density residential, and not including, yes, I got that. We're at 838 lower income units, and that's about a 17% surplus. So we were shooting for 15%. I think it's been noted that, that's still potentially lean, but we have the underutilized sites and the inclusionary requirements that will be generated on the sites that weren't counted for the sake of the state's math requirements in the lower income. So 838, 17% surplus, and now the question is, should we continue on into the alternative sites that we haven't covered, because we did cover Dara there, and finish up? We could do more tonight, we could meet, and I think there's some dates that have been discussed.
How many do we have left if we were to do it tonight? I'm not saying we should, I'm just asking.
Yeah, there's 6470 Hollister, then the 6190 Hollister that we touched on earlier, those two other parcels, so that one, and then 7780 Hollister is a frontage parcel, and then there's another one that's the rear parcel, they're owned separately, 6950 Hollister, and then the Via Haro site, so 5 more.
Just a question. Is there a way for us to concentrate maybe first on the ones where no one has a conflict so that we can all kind of give our input? If that's not easy to accomplish, I don't want to make this more complicated.
How do we know which one has left?
Well, the attorneys would know.
Yeah, Megan could guide us in on that, on the ones in the alternative sites that are without a conflict.
Sorry,
So
Commissioner Fullerton?
Yeah, I cannot stay anymore, so I'm going to step away.
It is 11 o'clock, and we would want to provide for public comment as well on those
Yes.
alternative sites.
I think we need to come back on this, except
Okay.
I just think we need to come back.
Do we want to allow one last public comment for anyone who hasn't had a chance to comment on something they want to?
something that's not on the agenda? What do you mean?
No, like something that's on the agenda, but maybe they thought they were going to get a chance to talk about the site tonight, but they didn't.
I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing nods, so I'll leave it alone,
Did
I
we
guess.
lose Commissioner Fullerton? Like,
Done.
okay.
Oh, she's left. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, okay, all right. Do we need to look at dates, or will?
There are 2 dates, and if it's easy now, we can look
How can we make
at
it
them.
so it's quickly, so that you can turn
Yeah.
this around?
Well, next Tuesday would be ideal. We have DRB here. If there isn't availability, then Thursday, the 27th, both of those are available dates.
I'm gone all next week.
Uh-oh. Well, okay, that doesn't work.
I mean, I could do it remotely, but I won't be here.
I don't think that,
Oh, no, that
we
we can
can't
do
do
that.
that, can we?
I'm also
Councilmember
gone.
Hassan, is your
the 2
mic on?
weeks
I'm not
after
sure we
that.
could hear that.
After, well, I'm here next week, but 2 weeks after that, I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks after that.
Oh,
Well, could you not do it remotely if it's a noticed? I guess you'd have to.
You have to notice
You have
that.
to notice your location.
I mean, I'll be in San Francisco, that area, next week, Monterey, San Francisco, but
But
I mean,
maybe our attorney could comment, but my understanding is that you can participate remotely, but you have to, on the noticing, indicate where you
on
would
the
be.
hotel
yeah, you have to post
door.
it. You do, yeah. Ms. Garibaldi, do you have anything to add to that?
So under the teleconferencing rules, from what it sounds like, we wouldn't qualify under AB 2449. So we use the old teleconferencing rules. We put a location, a teleconference location on the agenda separate from City Hall chambers for wherever Councilmember Kasdan and any other council member or commissioner that may not be available next week. And then we would just, so for example, we would notice if you're at a hotel, we would notice the hotel lobby or something like that.
Commissioner Smith, do you have something?
Oh, I just didn't know if legally it makes a difference if this is, this is really a workshop and not, I don't know if that makes any difference.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. It's a noticed meeting. Our options are, we have the option effectively of noticing a new meeting, or there's the adjourned meeting rules, which allow us to adjourn this meeting without posting a new agenda if we conduct the meeting within the next 5 days. And so we would be right at the wire for Tuesday, and it would really depend on what time we notice the meeting actually for falling under those rules. Otherwise, we'll notice new meeting. It's not a big deal to notice new meeting. I've talked to the clerk's office, they're prepared to do it, so not a problem. It just is really an issue of date selection and availability.
Would you be okay with doing that? You'd have to post it Ms. Garibaldi can tell you exactly what you need to do.
Okay.
But you have to invite people into your room.
Yes, I'm sure the people will want to talk about zoning with me.
Does anybody else have an issue with the 25th? I'm good.
Tuesday?
Then, Ms. Garibaldi, how would you advise that we proceed
And is that 5:30 too?
for 5:30 on Tuesday?
So, yeah, we should do actually, because Councilmember Kasdan is going to be in a different location, we need to post a new agenda. So we'll do that. The clerk's office can do that. And it'll have the council chambers, and we'll get Councilmember Kasdan's location. It doesn't have to be your hotel room. It can be a public space at a hotel.
Very good. Then it sounds like we can adjourn for tonight.
And so we don't have to say dates.
That's correct, because we will renotice the
Okay,
hearing.
all right, all right. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. That was great. Meeting adjourned.